Warrior Lore. Chapter 988. In the depths of the abyss, there was an ancient stone gate in the center of the desolate battlefield, which was littered with white bones. On the stone gate, there was an ancient Tao pattern. The aura of the great Tao lingered around it. Bang! 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 Violent banging sounds came from behind the ancient stone gate. The whole stone gate was shaking. The stone gate, which had been cracked open a little, seemed like it could break open at any time. Traces of demon chi seeped out from the crack. It seemed like there was a terrifying demon behind the stone gate. Every time it collided, the whole world shook. The white bones around the stone door were all blown away, turning into bone powder and scattering in the air. A terrifying demonic power surged out from behind the stone door, surging through the entire abyss. The demonic power that came out from behind the ancient stone door almost dispersed the cold chi at the bottom of the abyss. At this time, in the depths of the sky market, the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton were still fighting. The power of the supreme sacred weapon spread in the sky and on the ground. Apart from the almighties of the current era, the other people had already retreated from the depths of the sky market. Even Gu Fei had to protect himself with the mountain and river cauldron in order to barely withstand the terrifying power of the extreme divine weapon and not be forced back. Those two guys. In the depths of the sky market, the old tortoise controlled the Tai Huang seal and continuously bombarded the mysterious yellow skeleton standing on the supreme platform. Monstrous demon chi surged out from the Tai Huang seal and shattered everything. The mysterious yellow skeleton was also amazing. It could actually make the supreme platform under its feet release a trace of the supreme sacred weapon. Above the supreme platform, 9 dragons formed by chaotic chi rushed out to resist the attack of the Tai Huang seal. The 9 dragons that rushed out from the supreme platform looked like the ancestral dragon. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, constantly colliding with the Tai Huang seal. The fight turned the world into a chaotic void. The mighty divine power of the 2 supreme sacred weapons caused the earth to shatter, the sky to collapse, and the land within a radius of 10,000 miles violently undulated like ant. Although Gu Fei was not forced to retreat from the depths of the heavenly market by the might of the extreme path sacred weapon, he had no choice but to retreat 5,000 to 6,000 miles away. This was the heaven and earth in the sky market. It was extremely stable. Even immortals and deities could not break it. However, a part of the heaven and earth in the depths of the sky market was broken by a divine weapon of the extreme Tao. If it happened outside, the entire eastern region of the Tonglong continent would have sunk. The might of an extreme holy weapon was simply too terrifying. It possessed the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. Rumble. While the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton were fighting, ancient palaces appeared in the chaos zone in the depths of the sky market. They were faint and illusory, but now they were completely visible in the world. Bam! There was a huge tremor and the entire sky market shook violently. In the depths of the sky market, countless mountains were crumbling and the ground was cracking. Chaotic chi gushed out from the cracks in the ground, as if it was going to turn the entire sky market back into chaos. It was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. The ancient palaces finally rushed out from the chaos zone. An ancient aura immediately filled the world. The ancient palaces were magnificent and surrounded by spiritual chi. They were built with countless peerless divine materials. Any cultivator who saw such palaces would go crazy. The tiles were made of sky blue, divine jade, and chaotic divine stones. Every brick and tile was made of rare divine materials. They were almost extinct in the Tonglong continent. There was also the 9th heaven Xianjade that was used to pave the floor. The pillars of the heavenly palace were all refined from the metal element divine tree and had the power of the metal element circulating within them. There were countless houses in this expanse of palaces, and the divine materials used were innumerable. Moreover, not a single divine material was ordinary, and all of them were rare divine materials that were rare in the world. This was definitely a grand project. Even the great figures of the current era were all dumbfounded when they saw this heavenly palace. They were momentarily at a loss for words. What's that? The old tortoise and the Xianhuang skeleton could not help but stop. The ancient palaces had not been destroyed by the power of the extreme divine weapon. Moreover, there was a dangerous aura coming from the depths of the palaces that even the old tortoise sensed. Clang! Suddenly, a bell rang in the ancient palaces. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye immediately spread from the depths of the palaces. Roar! The moment the bell rang, Old Tortoise immediately sensed an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura shrouding him. He roared angrily and used the Thai sovereign seal to protect himself. Without thinking, he soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The mysterious yellow skeleton that was standing on the supreme heaven platform remained motionless. The 9 ancestral dragons rushed out of the supreme heaven platform and protected it in the middle. However, when the transparent ripples spread out from the depths of the heavenly palace and came into contact with the chaotic ancestral dragons that had rushed out of the sky-reaching platform, 5 of the 9 chaotic ancestral dragons disappeared in the void without a sound. Bam! The Xinhuang skeleton that stood on the supreme platform suffered a great impact and was sent flying from the supreme platform. Cracks appeared on its Xinhuang skeleton. How is this possible? The Xinhuang skeleton was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. Its Xinhuang skeleton, which was as powerful as a mighty divine weapon, almost fell apart. The soul fire in its skull was almost extinguished. Retreat. When the 4 Almighties saw this, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They took flight lights and rushed out of the sky market. Everywhere the transparent ripples passed, everything, whether tangible or intangible, would be shattered. Even the rooftop was submerged by the waves of transparent ripples that spread out. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The 5 Elements miniature world circled around him. He walked in the 5 Elements miniature world and raised his 8 steps extreme speed to the limit. Gu Fei could cross 250 kilometers with a single step when he used the 8 desolation steps at full strength. It was much faster than teleportation. After taking 10 steps, Gu Fei was already 5 or 6,000 kilometers away. When Gu Fei stopped and turned around, he was completely dumbfounded by the scene behind him. No matter how determined he was, he could not help but be shocked at that moment. The depths of the heavenly market had been completely annihilated and turned into an extremely chaotic chaos. A terrifying aura of destruction surged out from within. It was as terrifying as the evolution of a chaotic world. Gu Fei's astonishment was at an indescribable level right now. Within the Sky Palace, a single ring of a bell had caused an area of 10,000 miles in radius to crumble and be destroyed. This was simply way too terrifying. This was a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Chapter 989. The sound of the bell had turned the area of 10,000 miles into primal chaos. Such a terrifying scene had subdued everyone. No one was not startled. Such a method was too frightening. Even the almighty experts of the present age had a pale expression on their faces. The old turtle had disappeared without a trace. Roar! A formidable soul fluctuation reverberated between the heaven and earth. The mysterious yellow skeleton rushed back. Above the mysterious yellow skeleton's body, a vast and mighty mysterious yellow energy surged up to the sky. Mysterious yellow world transformation. Break for me. The mysterious yellow skeleton was furious. Someone had snatched the supreme heaven platform from its hands. It was truly enraged. Therefore, it directly used its killer move. Rumble. The monstrous mysterious yellow energy covered the heaven and earth. It enveloped the entire heaven and earth. It shrouded the entire area of 10,000 miles and then obliterated the primal chaos. The mysterious yellow skeleton actually wanted to break the primal chaos and take back the supreme heaven platform. Under the shroud of the mysterious yellow divine light, everyone felt a great pressure. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on their bodies. Their minds were shaken. Bang! Gu Fei was directly suppressed by the mysterious yellow divine light that descended from the sky. The ground was crushed by the mysterious yellow divine light. His complexion changed drastically as he was shocked. A trace of the mysterious yellow essence qi was enough to crush a mountain ridge. It was the most dreadful thing. However, The mysterious yellow essence chi from the mysterious yellow skeleton's body had already surged towards the primal chaos in front of it. This was just a trace of its residual power. However, even a trace of its residual power was enough to suppress Gu Fei to the point that he couldn't stand up straight. Is this guy really the legendary peerless monster? Gu Fei was secretly startled. Although the mysterious yellow skeleton was extremely powerful, he wasn't afraid of it. He had all kinds of life-saving means. Even if he encountered such a character, he could still escape. The mysterious yellow skeleton's ominous aura was monstrous. The mysterious yellow essence chi rushed out from its skull like a huge dragon and rushed into the primal chaos. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook. The mysterious yellow essence chi broke through the primal chaos. Then, the essence chi transformed into a dragon and wrapped around the supreme heaven platform in the middle of the primal chaos. Clang. At this moment, another bell sound came from the chaotic zone. Then, the mysterious yellow essence chi that rushed out from the skull of the mysterious yellow skeleton dissipated in the void. Wow! A painful soul fluctuation came from the yellow skeleton's skull. This time, its divine soul was attacked, which almost drove it crazy. The mysterious yellow skeleton hugged its skull and was sent flying. The mysterious yellow divine light that enveloped the entire primal chaos zone was also dispersed by an unfathomable force that came from the primal chaos zone. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the sky market. Then, it spread out from the sky market and lingered over the entire eastern region. Countless living beings heard the sound of the bell. More powerful than the Sanskrit Buddhist bell? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Under the sound of the bell, although he had the protection of the extreme path sacred weapon and the inner world energy to isolate the outside world, he still felt that his divine soul was almost shattered. The unfathomable energy contained within this bell was actually able to affect one's soul, and it was able to disperse one's soul and cause one to become a soulless walking corpse. It was truly too terrifying. Cracks appeared on the skull of the mysterious yellow skeleton. It was unwilling. The sky-reaching platform that was already in its hands was actually snatched away by someone else. It simply couldn't accept this reality. The Supreme Heaven platform was also a very important sacred relic for the mysterious yellow skeleton. It also wanted to enter the heaven realm so that it could find the invincible power that it had lost. Sky Demon, you are still alive? The mysterious yellow skeleton calmed down and said such words. Hearing such words, everyone was petrified. Sky Demon, could it be that all of this was done by the Sky Demon? No one in the primal chaos zone answered. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the sky market and the entire eastern region. It lasted for a long time, causing countless living beings to feel great danger. They were frightened and uneasy. This sound of the bell. After hearing the sound of the bell, a figure standing on top of a mountain immediately trembled and revealed a look of disbelief. At the same time, the blood in this person's body seemed to be burning. At this moment, there were signs that this person's cultivation was about to break through. Old ancestor is still alive? This kind of feeling from the bloodline almost made this person dumbfounded. He muttered to himself and then looked towards the depths of the sky market. That was where the sound of the bell came from. Damn, could it be that the Sky Palace is the Sky Demon Palace of the Sky Demon? No wonder I felt that it was a little familiar. At this time, the old turtle appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, it appeared behind Gu Fei without anyone noticing. The voice of the old turtle suddenly sounded behind him. This time, Gu Fei was really shocked and almost jumped up from the ground. You! Gu Fei was speechless. He was so scared by the old turtle that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. KSK, since when did you become so timid? The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei disdainfully and said nonchalantly. It turned out that the old turtle had long sensed Gu Fei's existence and only came to meet Gu Fei now. Although Gu Fei used the power of the world to seal his body and isolate all fluctuations and aura, it was still difficult to hide from the old turtle. At this time, the old turtle's cultivation had already surpassed the almighty realm. Although it was not a supreme saint, it was still equivalent to a half-saint. Rumble, Chaotic energy surged violently in the chaotic zone with a radius of 10,000 miles. A powerful aura was emitted as if a supreme existence was awakening. Supreme Saint King of the demon race, Sky Demon? The expressions of the four Almighties changed after hearing the mysterious yellow skeleton's words. There was a Supreme Saint King of the demon race in the depths of the sky market? How was this possible? A living Supreme Saint King? Just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. This was a supreme existence that could compete with the saints of the human race. Supreme saints are extinct. How could there still be a Saint King? How could he appear in this world? The old turtle muttered to himself. He felt a trace of uneasiness as the aura coming from the chaotic zone became stronger. The Sky Demon was one of the two Saint Kings of the demon race, along with the Supreme Sovereign. They were also supreme existences in the hearts of all the demons in the world. No one would have thought that such a person's palace would appear in the depths of the sky market. Only a person like the Sky Demon could use countless divine materials to build such a heavenly palace. There seemed to be a terrifying existence hidden in this heavenly palace. The sound of the bell must have come from the supreme demon weapon refined by the Sky Demon. Chapter 990. Bang! Outside the chaotic area in the center of the sky market, a part of the void was shattered. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded as an ancestor dragon rushed out of the void. The supreme expert of the dragon clan who came from the ancestor dragon mountain had arrived. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the entire world. In a radius of 10,000 miles, countless mountains collapsed. Several patriarchs who were close to the dragon's roar instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. They were killed by the dragon's roar. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. At this time, the old tortoise and Gu Fei had already flown high into the sky. They were shocked to see this scene. The old tortoise's expression became a little strange. The ancestor dragon's body was tens of thousands of feet long. It was like a mountain range lying high in the sky. The ancestor dragon's aura was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Even the current Almighties had to retreat. I didn't expect an ancestor dragon to still be alive. This is an incomparably ancient superfossil. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this ancestral dragon. This was a legendary existence that could only be seen in the ancient times during the golden age of the Great Desolation. The appearance of Tongtian and the revival of the Extreme Path sacred weapon had even alarmed the ancestor dragon and made it jump out. This was too unbelievable. The sages were extinct, and the true demons did not appear. Who in the world could be an opponent of the ancestor dragon? This was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed the almighty realm. Perhaps it had already stepped into the Extreme Path realm. Even the mysterious yellow skeleton did not dare to act rashly when it saw the ancestor dragon. It had just suffered a big loss, and its vitality was damaged. It probably had no chance of winning against the ancestor dragon. This world is such King Tortoise. The lazy dragon of the past can actually grow into an ancestor dragon. The old tortoise muttered to himself and sighed. At this time, the ancestor dragon also saw the old tortoise and sensed the powerful bloodline aura that originated from the supreme dragon ancestor. A pair of dragon eyes immediately stared at the old tortoise. "Aohai, long time no see." The old tortoise took a step forward and said to the ancestral dragon. He had to admit that the ancestral dragon had surpassed him and was stronger than him. This made the old tortoise feel ashamed. After all, he possessed the bloodline of a Saint King and was the Saint Prince. His talent was so great that probably even the greater demons that were born at the beginning of the world could not compare to him. However, although the old tortoise's cultivation base had broken through the almighty realm, he was still a little short of becoming an ancestral dragon. With just one more step, he would be able to cultivate the ancestral dragon's body and completely regain his past strength. Sacred Prince? The ancestral dragon was shocked to see the old tortoise. However, he quickly put away his awe and disbelief because he realized that the old tortoise's cultivation could not be compared to his. Haha, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect that the majestic sacred prince of a generation would actually fall to such a state. Ancestral dragon Aohai's voice spread throughout the sky and earth. Sacred Prince? Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard ancestral dragon Aohai's words. There were definitely no saint kings of the monster race in the present world. Even in the great desolate immemorial era, there were only 2 saint kings of the monster race. Those 2 saint kings of the monster race were invincible existences in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Is he a grand sovereign or a sky demon? The almighties of the present world were super antiques that had lived for countless years and naturally knew many secrets of the ancient times. No one would have thought that the old tortoise was actually a sacred prince. This old man was too powerful. The bloodline of a supreme saint king was enough to shake the world. I also didn't expect that a lazy dragon of the past could actually cultivate the ancestral dragon's body. The old tortoise's expression was very ugly. Hee, why? Are you envious? The ancestral dragon was extremely pleased. So what if the old tortoise was a sacred prince? The current him could look down on a sacred prince. Of course, if the old tortoise was at his peak, this fellow would not have dared to be presumptuous in front of the old tortoise. Are you familiar with this fellow? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. He did not expect the ancestral dragon that randomly jumped out to be an old acquaintance of the old tortoise. However, these 2 fellows did not seem to be on friendly terms. There was definitely something going on between the old tortoise and the ancestral dragon. Who knows this fellow? The old tortoise said in a very displeased manner. The other party's smug and self-satisfied expression made him angry. The ancestral dragon's aura was vast and mighty. The ancestral dragon's huge body that was in the form of the ancestral dragon shrank. Then, the ancestral dragon turned into a fair and plump middle-aged man. Gu Fei could not help but be a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This contrast was too great. After the ancestral dragon transformed, it turned out to be a big fat man. At this moment, waves of Buddhist chants suddenly came from the western sky. It was as if the sky was filled with Buddhas chanting sutras. A peaceful aura instantly enveloped the entire world. Another supreme being has arrived. When Gu Fei sensed this aura, he knew that the supreme being of the Western Buddhist land had arrived. Only the power of Buddhism could be so peaceful. The soaring evil qi in the sky market within a radius of 100,000 miles was almost dissolved by the power of Buddhism. A golden figure walked over from the western sky step by step. The peaceful aura calmed everyone's state of mind. Even their fighting spirit was pacified. Even Gu Fei had the urge to convert to it. Roar! The fat man in the form of the ancestral dragon roared at the sky and let out a dragon's roar. The world shook and the sky almost shattered. It was terrifying to the extreme. Everyone felt as if they had been hit in the head. They immediately woke up under the influence of the Buddhist power. Oh no! At this moment, 2 waves of Buddhist power suddenly came from Gu Fei's body. Then, 2 rays of Buddhist light directly broke through his dantian and rushed out. Within the 2 rays of Buddhist light were 2 Buddhist weapons. They were the 3 realms Buddhist lamp and the Buddhist bell of Sanskrit. This kid has a supreme Buddhist weapon on him? Old Tortoise, who was standing next to Gu Fei, was shocked. He wanted to stop the 2 supreme Buddhist weapons that rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The fat man, Aohai, also transformed into an ancestral dragon claw. It tore through the void and grabbed the 2 supreme Buddhist weapons. These were supreme Buddhist weapons refined by the ancient Buddhist lords. Even the ancestral dragon would be jealous of them. However, Old Tortoise and Aohai were 1 step too late. The Buddhist light that enveloped the 2 supreme Buddhist weapons was too fast. In just an instant, it had already been taken back by the Buddha that walked over from the western sky. Old Tortoise and Aohai's expressions changed instantly. The 2 supreme Buddhist weapons floated above the Buddha's head. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp emitted an unprecedentedly strong Buddhist light that illuminated the 3,000 worlds. The melodious sound of the bell resounded throughout the 3 realms and 6 paths. Chapter 991. The Eternal Buddha? The old turtle and ancestor dragon Aohai were shocked. That Buddha was shrouded in Buddhist light and had the aura of the great Tao lingering around him. Swoosh! The old turtle pulled Gu Fei and rushed out of the sky market. This Buddha was too terrifying. He was actually reviving the Buddhist lamp and Buddhist bell of the three realms. It had to be known that they were supreme Buddhist weapons refined by the eternal Buddha. If they were completely awakened, it would be disastrous. The sky market within 100,000 miles would probably sink. Ancestor Dragon Ao Hai had no choice but to retreat. Even Ao Hai, who had cultivated the ancestral dragon body, could not resist the supreme divine might of the sacred weapon. Everyone was retreating. Some people hiding in the side had no choice but to jump out. When these people jumped out, Gu Fei jumped in fright. Even the old turtle cried out in fear. Among these people, there were a few whose cultivation was not lower than his. Blood Devil. Suddenly, Ao Hai cried out in surprise. Then, a monstrous murderous aura surged as he chased after a blood-colored devil, as if he had seen a great enemy. It really is that devil. He's not dead yet. The old turtle was also shocked to see the blood-colored figure disappear in a flash. He did not expect a terrifying great devil to be hiding nearby. Boom! The world shook as the ancestral dragon aura surged. Ao Hai directly revealed his ancestral dragon body. He broke through the void and chased after the blood devil. Does this lazy dragon really have a grudge against the blood devil? The old turtle was bewildered. As long as it was a demon, it was a great enemy of the world. Whether it was a human, a demon, or a god, they had to attack when they saw a demon. Even if they did not attack, the demon would attack them. Demons walked the Tao of killing, using killing to form the Tao. Only endless bones could become a great demon. Rumble. At this time, the world shook violently. The Buddha actually used a supreme Buddhist weapon to break through the chaotic aura and rushed into the primal chaos zone ahead. The eternal Buddha? It's just a clone. A loud voice suddenly came from the depths of the primal chaos zone and spread across 100,000 miles of the sky market. Each word was like an invisible hammer that pounded on everyone's soul. Sky Demon. Another voice rang out in the chaos zone. The voice was filled with a peaceful and benevolent aura, instantly calming one's heart. Boom! A deafening sound rang out from the depths of the primal chaos zone. The entire world trembled violently. After that, the heavens and earth shattered, and the void was destroyed. The primal chaos zone expanded in all directions, devouring everything in its path. Roar! An enraged roar rang out. An unknown expert was unable to dodge in time and was sucked into the primal chaos zone. He roared and struggled, trying to escape. Go! The old turtle did not hesitate. He immediately took out the Tai Huang seal to protect himself and Gu Fei. Then, he rushed into the distance. When two supreme existences attacked in the primordial chaos, everyone's expressions changed. Bam! The entire world shook violently once more. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The ground was ceaselessly collapsing, and the void was ceaselessly being annihilated. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens, and the earth was vast and mighty in the world. The expert who was sucked into the primal chaos had just tried his best to escape, but he was once again devoured by the primal chaos. This time, an invisible ripple appeared in the primal chaos. After the expert was devoured, he did not even have time to let out a cry before he turned into a bloody mist and was destroyed by the primal chaos. Both his body and soul were destroyed. An expert had fallen. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. An almighty of the present age had fallen. This was definitely a big event that would shake the entire cultivation world. No one knew how long it had been since an almighty had been born or fallen in the Tung-Long continent. How insane! The old turtle and Gu Fei had already rushed out from the sky market. Both of them had cultivated the godly eyes, allowing them to peer through the void and see every blade of grass and tree within 10,000 li. The Millennium Buddha Lord actually left behind a clone? Gu Fei was truly stunned. The ancient Buddha, the legendary ancient Buddha, was an existence that could compete with the supreme martial ancestor, the supreme sacred emperor, and the true demon of heaven and earth. He created the Buddhist Tao with his own strength and passed it down. There were not many supreme sages in the world who could achieve such an achievement. The supreme sages had disappeared for countless years. It seemed that only the orthodoxies of the ancient Buddha and the supreme martial ancestor had been passed down for countless years and did not disappear in the merciless passage of time. No wonder the Three Realms Buddhist lamp and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell had rushed out of Gu Fei's body uncontrollably. Although the ancient Buddha did not come personally, he had forcibly taken away the two supreme Buddhist weapons that Gu Fei had obtained. "Brother, you really suffered a great loss this time." The old turtle sighed. Gu Fei had lost two supreme Buddhist weapons, and even the old turtle was very jealous. How could this be? I had clearly erased the brand on the Buddhist weapon. How could it still be taken back? Gu Fei could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. The Tao brand on the Three Realms Buddhist lamp and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell had long been erased by him. How did this Buddha take back the two supreme Buddhist weapons? How could the Tao brand of a supreme sage be erased so easily? Even if it was erased, it would only be for a moment and would slowly condense back. The old tortoise said, "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gu Fei was going crazy. This guy was too hateful. Did he deliberately make me lose the Buddhist weapons? SK, how would I know that you don't know this? You should know that you have obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor. The old turtle said disdainfully. This, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor, there was no method to refine a supreme sacred weapon. The supreme martial path created by the martial ancestor focused on cultivating one's body to become a sage. This was the most difficult and dangerous way to prove one's Tao through strength. To a martial artist that was successful in cultivation, their body that had been tempered 1,000 times was the best weapon, and there was no need to waste energy to refine a weapon. Gu Fei really did not know how to erase the Tao brand on its supreme sacred weapon. At this time, everyone retreated from the sky market. No one dared to stay inside. The clone of the ancient Buddha and the terrifying existence in the depths of the primal chaos were fighting. Such a person could destroy a part of the void with a wave of his hand and even obliterate almighties. This was definitely a terrifying existence that was infinitely close to the supreme sage level. Chapter 992. That is, Gu Fei stared at the godly phoenix in the sky. He was shocked to the extreme. The appearance of the godly phoenix had caused half the sky to turn red. Even the void was burnt to ashes. A terrifying aura of a divine beast swept over, causing Gu Fei's mind to shake. Everyone was startled. This was an existence that only appeared in legends. This was a real divine beast, unlike Shaoqing, who only had the bloodline of a divine beast. The aura of a divine beast made all living beings tremble in fear. This was an incomparably shocking scene. A living ancient divine beast had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed the realm of almighty beings. Divine beasts like the true dragon and the phoenix had become legends during the late period of the desolate land. It was difficult for people to see them, but now, a godly phoenix had appeared. The Tonglong continent was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Gu Fei was extremely astounded. The emergence of the Heaven Ascension platform actually alarmed such extraordinary seniors, and it obviously showed that the Heaven Ascension platform was similarly extremely important to these seniors, and they didn't hesitate to reveal themselves in front of the world. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. Roar. A tiger's roar was heard from afar. A white tiger the size of a mountain rushed over from afar. Everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed and the earth shook. A monstrous, murderous aura swept over, causing everyone to tremble in fear. It was another real divine beast. This was an incomparably terrifying war tiger. Its roar could shake mountains and rivers. It could even kill sect leaders. The tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Many people fell to the ground and couldn't stand up anymore. They were killed by the roar. Then, a black tortoise the size of a small mountain slowly crawled over from afar. It was as if a boundless ocean had suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. It had the body of a turtle and the head of a dragon. On its head was a pair of dragon horns. This was one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the black tortoise. Even if it wasn't the divine beast that was born from the heavens and the earth, it still had its bloodline. This divine beast's background wasn't any weaker than the old turtle. After the black tortoise appeared, a dragon's roar came from the distance. An azure dragon tore through the void and appeared outside the chaotic zone. Another ancestral dragon. When Gu Fei saw the azure dragon, he sensed the unique aura of the ancestral dragon. This aura made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. The ancestral dragon's aura was vast and mighty. Everything in the world trembled. This was a fear that originated from the depths of their souls. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the divine phoenix, and the black tortoise. The arrival of the 4 legendary ancient divine beasts caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. These were the legendary ancient divine beasts, and they were much more terrifying than the almighty existences of the present age. Even if such an existence was not comparable to a supreme saint, it was probably close to it. Even in the untainted land of ancient times, the appearance of such a divine beast would cause a commotion. The guardians of the southern wasteland's 4 holy clans? The legend is actually true. This is the foundation of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. Some people were discussing in low voices. Some people knew the origin of these 4 divine beasts. They were from the southern wasteland, the 4 holy clans of the southern wasteland. They had been protecting the 4 holy clans for countless years. The old antiques of the clan of the ancients seemed to know about the foundation of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. Therefore, even if they returned once every 10,000 years, they would not dare to do anything to the 100 races of the southern wasteland. A force that could survive for countless years was not simple. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked when he saw the 4 primordial divine beasts. The foundation of the 100 races of the southern wasteland was truly terrifying. There was actually a primordial divine beast in each of the 4 sacred races. No wonder the 100 races of the southern wasteland could contend with the forces of the clan of the ancients for thousands of years. The foundation they had was absolutely unimaginable. Unless the legendary supreme saint was born, there was probably no force in the entire Tung-Long continent that would dare to provoke the 100 races of the southern wasteland that were guarded by ancient divine beasts. The 4 ancient divine beasts rushed over from afar. The aura of the divine beasts was so overwhelming that even the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton had to retreat. The 4 ancient divine beasts directly rushed to the front of the primal chaos zone. Their powerful pressure caused the void to crack and the ground to shatter. Then, the 4 ancient beasts each summoned an ancient beast mark that formed an ancient formation. It tore through the chaotic air and charged into the depths of the chaotic zone. 4 spirits' sacred executioner formation? The old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton were taken aback. The 4 ancient divine beasts had formed an ancient formation with 4 pieces of bone beast markings. It had triggered the power of the great path of heaven and earth. Such mighty power could only be displayed by the legendary extreme path saints or the supreme saint emperors of the demon race. This was the power of the great path saints. The 4 ancient divine beasts, whose strength was comparable to supreme saints, actually had the means to combine the power of the 4 divine beasts with a formation to display the might of the supreme saint realm. The power of the 4 ancient divine beasts was equivalent to a supreme saint or a supreme saint emperor of the monster race after they combined their power. Buzz. A deafening sound came from the primal chaos zone. The 4 divine beasts were actually fighting with the people in the primal chaos zone. The monstrous chaotic air was almost dispersed. The sky and earth collapsed. This was the destruction of a world. A terrifying force surged out. The Thai's sovereign seal that floated above the old man trembled, blocking all the destructive force that was surging towards him. The mysterious yellow skeleton did not have an extreme saint weapon in its hand. It had no choice but to rush into the distance to avoid the terrifying power that surged out from the depths of the primal chaos zone. Under the protection of the extreme saint weapon, Gu Fei was not affected in the slightest. He vaguely saw an ancient stone platform floating in the primal chaos. There seemed to be 2 figures and an ancient formation on the stone platform. It was the avatar of the ancient Buddhist lord, the terrifying existence from the heavenly demon palace, and the 4 ancient divine beasts unleashed an ancient formation to activate the power of the Great Path. This was a battle comparable to the battle between supreme saints. The void was turned into nothingness. From time to time, dazzling Buddhist lights could be seen piercing through the void and rushing out from the primal chaos zone. There were also chaotic demonic auras that broke through the void and pierced through the sky. The roars of the azure dragon, white tiger, divine phoenix, and black tortoise were constantly resounding. Everyone's target was the sky-piercing platform. The four ancient desolate faction almighties and some reclusive almighties could no longer interfere at this time. Even the current almighties would fall in a battle of this level. This was a battle that surpassed the realm of almighties. Among everyone present, perhaps only the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton had the power to fight. Chapter 993. There were many who came to fight for the supreme platform, but only the Buddhist Lord's clone, the existence in the heavenly demon palace, and the four ancient divine beasts of the 100 races of the southern wilderness were here. The old tortoise didn't make a move. He might not be able to win a battle of this level, even if he had a sacred weapon. The old tortoise wouldn't take such a risk. The Buddhist Lord's clone took away the 2 sacred weapons that Gu Fei obtained from the Naraka realm. This made Gu Fei angry and shocked, but there was nothing he could do. Given his current strength, he couldn't even defeat a Buddhist almighty, let alone the Buddhist Lord's clone. The gap in cultivation couldn't be made up for with just a few sacred weapons. The fact that he was able to challenge a sect master was already considered heaven-defying. One should know that there was a huge gap between Gu Fei and the sovereign immortal emperor and Shen King. A realm could be divided into 9 heavens. In the same realm, there was a huge difference between a first heavenly layer and a second heavenly layer cultivator, let alone an entire realm. Even if Gu Fei had a sacred weapon, he couldn't challenge Almighty because it was simply courting death. A Almighty could easily take away Gu Fei's sacred weapon and then kill Gu Fei. This was also why Gu Fei didn't want to expose his sacred weapon. An extreme Dao holy weapon could make all the cultivators in the world jealous. Someone else's sacred weapon will always be someone else's. Gu Fei sighed. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartache after losing 2 sacred weapons. However, this made him even more determined to refine his own holy weapon of extreme das. You're not stupid either, the old tortoise said. How could a sacred weapon refined by an extreme Dao saint be so easily taken away? The other 3 sacred weapons in Gu Fei's body were also in danger of being taken away. Of course, if the saint who refined the sacred weapons had fallen, then the 3 sacred weapons would belong to Gu Fei. Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering rumble resounded from the depths of the chaotic zone. After that, a beam of chaotic divine light shot into the sky and tore open the heavens. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked to the extreme, and even the expressions of the current world's supreme beings changed drastically. This was a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. This terrifying power penetrated the heaven and earth of the sky market. This was the heaven and earth of the sky market. According to legend, this was a region that had fallen from the heaven realm. The heaven and earth power was extremely stable. Even immortals and gods would find it hard to break it. However, at this moment, a streak of chaotic divine light pierced through the entire space. It was too terrifying, a true power that could destroy heaven and earth. This was an unmatched method that only extreme Dao saints had. Did the great battle in the primal chaos have a result? Rumble. The world shook. That beam of primal chaos divine light pierced through the barrier of heaven and earth. No one knew where it went. Then, a vast and shocking aura came from the end of the beam of primal chaos divine light, sweeping across this part of the world. How is this possible? I can feel the aura of the heaven realm. The Purple Emperor, the Jiang family's God Emperor, the Yaodai ancient sacred grounds female sage, and the primordial pathmaster were all dumbfounded after sensing this aura. Heaven realm. This is the aura of the heaven realm. They penetrated the heaven realm. The old turtle's expression changed drastically. He was the son of the sacred emperor, the supreme sacred emperor of the demon race. He was invincible in the 3 realms and 6 paths. He could go anywhere, so he naturally knew of the existence of the heaven realm and had been to it before. The old turtle was very familiar with the aura of the heaven realm. Rumble. an ancient sky palace rushed out of the chaotic zone and entered a chaotic passageway opened by the beam of chaotic divine light. It was the Sky Demon Palace. A tall figure stood in the middle of the Sky Palace and disappeared into the chaotic passageway together with the Sky Demon Palace. That is, the Sky Demon really didn't die? The yellowish skeleton and the old turtle were extremely shocked when they saw the figure. The soul fire in the yellowish skeleton's skull even pulsed violently. The Sky Demon was a name that could shock the world. In the Untainted Era, the demon race only had 2 supreme sacred emperors, but they were enough to intimidate all races and even supreme sages. Even though countless years had passed, the name of the Sky Demon was still enough to intimidate everyone. As the Sky Palace disappeared into the chaotic passageway, an ancient formation also rose into the sky and entered the chaotic passageway. 4 ancient divine beasts stood in the ancient formation. The moment the chaotic divine light penetrated the sky, powerful divine wills from all over the Tongue-Long continent swept across the depths of the sky market. Boom! Somewhere in the depths of an ancient mountain range in the Tongue-Long continent, a loud sound rang out. An endless amount of black gas surged out from the depths of the ancient mountain range. Then, as if the gates of hell had been opened, countless lonely souls and wild ghosts rushed out. The entire ancient mountain range immediately became a ghost domain. Countless ghostly shadows flickered in the black gas. A pale-faced middle-aged man wearing a crown walked out of the nether ghost energy. Then, the endless ghost energy immediately retreated like a receding tide. Countless ghostly figures, as well as the ghostly aura of the netherworld that enveloped this part of the world, all gathered towards the middle-aged man and then entered his body. This middle-aged man was the supreme ghost emperor who had dared to fight a true demon in the past. Has someone opened the path to heaven? Now is not the time yet. The ghost emperor stood high in the sky. Although there was a blazing sun above his head, the mighty yang qi from the sun did not affect the ghost emperor. This was the ghost emperor of Plentiful City. He did not fear sunlight. Even during the day, he could come and go freely without any apprehension. Ordinary wandering ghosts would definitely not dare to appear under the blazing sun. This was because the ghost body was an extreme yin body, which clashed with the yang qi. The yang qi could eliminate the yin qi. Even someone as powerful as the ghost emperor would suffer a great loss of vitality if he appeared under the blazing sun. Subsequently, the ghost emperor of Plentiful City disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the void outside the sky market suddenly shattered, and a figure walked out from the shattered void. This person was the ghost emperor of Plentiful City who had just disappeared above the ancient mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the barrier of the endless void and appeared outside the sky market. This kind of cultivation and this kind of method were truly incredible. At this time, the clone of the Millennium Buddha Master did not enter the chaotic passageway. Instead, he disappeared into the void and disappeared without a trace. Heavenly realm, damn it, I'll risk it. Chapter 994. The primal chaos divine light originated from the heaven-reaching platform. It pierced through the great heaven and earth, leading to an unknown end. However, everyone went crazy, because there was a super-living fossil that had survived from the prehistoric era that sensed the aura of the heaven realm. The heavenly realm was an ancient name that had already become a legend. Some said that the primordial powers came from the heavenly realm. During the late primitive era, a great change occurred and the path to heaven was completely severed. Some experts from the heavenly realm were trapped in the mortal world, unable to return. Only by finding the legendary ancient gate of heaven or the supreme Taoist ancestors' supreme platform would they be able to return to the heavenly realm. The sky-reaching platform was originally in the primordial Tao sect. It was the sect-protecting treasure of the primordial Tao sect. This was an extreme Tao sacred platform that could make anyone go crazy. This was because it could connect the mortal world and the heavenly realm, opening the path to heaven. The appearance of the supreme platform shocked the world. The entire cultivation world was shaken. Countless old antiques and living fossils jumped out. More than a dozen hidden, almighty figures had come. Even in the Great Desolate Era, such figures were experts who could move unhindered in a region. They were supreme figures of a region. The four guardian beasts of the southern desolate 100 races also came with a supreme formation to fight against the avatar of the Buddhist Lord and the terrifying existence from the Sky Demon Palace. In the end, the supreme platform was completely activated by these people. It displayed its supreme divine might and unexpectedly opened up a chaotic path in the void. The aura of the heavenly realm came from the end of the chaotic path. The super antiques and freakish living fossils that had lived for who knew how long went crazy. People constantly rushed out from their hiding places and directly charged towards the chaotic passageway. In the eyes of mortal cultivators, the heavenly realm was a holy land, the home of the strong. It was a heaven and earth that was one level higher than the mortal world. It was the driving force for all cultivators to move forward. The old turtle didn't hesitate and used the grand sovereign seal to protect himself. He grabbed Gu Fei and rushed into the chaotic path ahead. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the mysterious yellow skeleton turned into a mysterious yellow divine light and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the chaotic channel. If I don't leave now, when will I? The purple emperor of the primordial immortal sect shouted loudly. Purple chi spread for 30,000 miles, dyeing the entire world purple. It was as if Emperor Xian was patrolling the sky. With a step, he stepped into the chaos passageway. What was the purpose of the ancient, desolate era's forces searching for millions of years? Wasn't it to return to the heaven realm? The primordial Tao ancestor, the martial monarch of the Jiang clan, and the sacred lady of the Yaodai ancient sacred ground could no longer sit still. They immediately charged forward with their sacred weapons. Now, no one cared about anything else. Everyone rushed over from afar. Among these people, there were hidden almighties, terrifying great demons, and even Ghost Monarch Plentiful City, who had cultivated the Ghost Monarch physique and was covered in ghostly chi, had appeared. All the major powers of the current era had rushed into the passageway of chaos, followed by the sect masters, followed by the immortal king and Shun king of the profound transformation realm. When the path to heaven appeared, no one could calm down. They all wanted to rush in immediately and enter the legendary heaven realm. It's not time to reopen the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Just as everyone was rushing into the depths of the sky market, a loud voice suddenly resounded. Then, it spread to the heavens and the earth. It reverberated in the entire eastern region and even out of the eastern region. Some people in the central plains heard this voice. This is, everyone who was rushing into the depths of the sky market was stunned. This voice was like the evening drum and morning bell. It actually shook their souls and woke them up. Swoosh! Outside the sky market, a white figure walked in the void and instantly arrived in front of the passageway of chaos in the depths of the sky market. With a wave of his hand, those who hadn't rushed into the passageway of chaos flew away. Even if there were phenomenal success Shin King and Immortal Emperor among them, they didn't have any power to resist. With a wave of his hand, all the immortals and spirits flew away. This method was truly terrifying. Those who were rushing over were all stunned. Ghost Monarch Plentiful City. It's Ghost Monarch Plentiful City. Immediately, someone shouted. This white-robed man who was wearing an ancient crown was the Ghost Monarch who had fought endlessly with the true demon in the northern lands. It's really him. He also wants to enter the heavenly realm? In the depths of the sky market, there were many people who had experienced the great turmoil of the northern lands. Many of them had seen Ghost Monarch Fengdu's glory. It was at that time that the mysterious Ghost Monarch Fengdu displayed his supreme battle prowess in front of the world for the first time. He was able to fight against the demon ancestor. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. Ghost Monarch Fengdu's name was enough to suppress everyone in the sky market. So it was an accident. A divine eye appeared between Ghost Monarch Fengdu's eyebrows. It directly pierced through the power of chaos and looked into the chaotic zone in front of him. Then, he said such words. Accident? What accident? Those who were swept away by Ghost Monarch Fengdu's sleeve rushed back from afar. Ghost Monarch Fengdu didn't kill them, so they were all unharmed. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Ghost Monarch Fengdu directly extended his hand and pressed forward. The chaotic zone in front of him was immediately pacified by an unfathomable power. The shattered void of heaven and earth was reforming, and the terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth was being suppressed. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of method was this? To think that it could even suppress a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, causing the shattered world to reform. Soon, the chaotic zone of tens of thousands of miles was rapidly shrinking. In the end, a chaotic Tao platform appeared in the void. On the Tao platform, a primal divine light soared into the sky. It shattered the void and pierced through the world. No one knew where it led to. At the end of the primal divine light, the aura of the heavenly realm came down. Tao Ancestor, seeing the ancient stone platform floating in the primal origin essence, even Ghost Monarch Fengdu became absent-minded. He seemed to be thinking of an incomparably long-ago matter. Then, he walked forward and directly entered the primal origin essence. Then, he ascended the ancient stone platform and entered the primal divine light. He really wants to enter the heavenly realm. Seeing this scene, almost everyone revealed an, as expected, expression. The heavenly realm also had such a great temptation for Ghost Monarch Fengdu. It was really surprising. However, in the next moment, these people were dumbfounded again. Ghost Monarch Fengdu didn't soar into the sky and enter the chaotic channel. Instead, his entire body was filled with endless ghost Tao power. He actually wanted to use his own cultivation to suppress the divine might of the supreme sky platform under his feet. Chapter 995. What is he doing? Ghost Emperor Fengdu ascended the ancient stone platform, but what made everyone dumbfounded was that he did not want to soar into the sky and enter the chaos passage. Instead, he was using the supreme power of the ghost path to suppress the ancient stone platform. Rumble. The ancient stone platform shook, and the runes of the great path that were branded on the stone platform emerged, interweaving into countless mysterious runes. Each of the runes of the great path contained the mighty power of the great path. The ancient stone platform showed an extraordinary side. There were runes flowing on it, as if an extreme saint was chanting sutras. In everyone's ears, it was as if they could hear the voice of a saint, and they felt enlightened. Could it be, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's heavenly Tao melody? Legend had it that the Supreme Tao Ancestor comprehended the supreme immortal path on this ancient stone platform and became an extreme saint, known as the Tao Ancestor. Therefore, the Supreme Tao platform was also known as the Enlightenment platform. It was branded with a trace of the Supreme Tao Ancestor's mark. Those who were fated to ascend the Enlightenment platform would be able to hear the Supreme Tao Ancestor's heavenly Tao melody and have the opportunity to comprehend the great path. The heavenly Tao melody was faintly discernible. For a moment, everyone felt a little dazed. They seemed to have grasped something and comprehended something, but when they tried to comprehend it carefully, there was nothing. Ethereal, this was the great path. It was invisible, traceless, and elusive. Only when one comprehended it would they understand it. It was extremely mysterious. It was no wonder that even in the great desolate era, very few people could prove the great path and become an invincible saint of the great path. It was because it was too difficult. Anyone who could prove the great path was a peerless genius with great perseverance. Under all kinds of opportunities, they had to create their own Tao and become a Tao ancestor, respected by the world. It had to be said that Ghost Emperor Fengdu was worthy of being a supreme existence who could fight against the demon ancestor. The Tao power emitted by the ancient stone platform was gradually suppressed by him. The faintly discernible heavenly Tao melody completely disappeared. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's body emitted rays of black light. This was the supreme power of the ghost path. There were also runes flowing on his body. He had used his own strength to trigger the power of the great path. Everyone was shocked by the might displayed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. This kind of cultivation and strength was probably not as simple as surpassing the almighty realm. Bam! Ghost Emperor Fengdu stomped on the ground. The entire ancient stone platform shook violently, almost falling from the sky. The immortal Tao runes that appeared on the ancient stone platform also dimmed. The primal chaos divine light that rushed out from the Skirich platform almost collapsed, as if the Skirich path was about to be severed. he wants. At this time, the bewildered people finally knew what Ghost Emperor Fengdu wanted to do. Not only did he not want to enter the heaven realm, he actually wanted to suppress the sky platform and cut off the path to heaven. Senior Ghost Emperor, don't. We can't cut off the path to heaven. Everyone turned pale with fright. Someone immediately shouted and rushed forward. However, when those people rushed to the side of the sky connecting platform, they were blown away by a force. Everyone was shocked and angry at the same time. Ghost Emperor Fengdu actually wanted to cut off everyone's path to heaven. Some people directly rushed forward and wanted to enter the primal chaos passageway. However, people were constantly being blown away. No one could enter the primal chaos passageway. The entire primal chaos passageway seemed to be sealed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Bam! A resplendent divine light emitted an astonishing energy fluctuation and struck forward. The entire heaven and earth shook. A sect master-level character used an almighty sacred weapon to open the path to heaven. However, the almighty sacred weapon couldn't change anything. It couldn't break through Ghost Emperor Fengdu's power at all. Even that almighty sacred weapon was blown away by the Tao power drawn by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Rumble. Ghost Emperor Fengdu stood on the ancient stone platform and circulated his mystic technique with all his strength. He drew the power of the great Tao to suppress the sky connecting platform. The Tao runes on the sky connecting platform gradually dimmed. The divine might of this extreme sacred weapon was suppressed, and the power of the great Tao gradually weakened. As a result, the primal chaos divine light that rushed out from the sky connecting platform gradually dissipated. The path to heaven was about to disappear. Everyone was going crazy. This was the only chance to enter the heavenly realm. No one wanted to miss it. However, Ghost Emperor Fengdu deprived everyone of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The path to heaven was about to collapse. Senior Ghost Emperor, quickly stop. Senior Ghost Emperor, why do you want to cut off the path to heaven? I hate it. Everyone shouted one after another, but Ghost Emperor Fengdu turned a deaf ear to them. He continued to circulate his Tao power to suppress the sky connecting platform and the divine might emitted from it. Everyone was in despair. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was so powerful that he could suppress an extreme sacred weapon. Who in this world could be Ghost Emperor Fengdu's opponent? Unless it was the eternal Buddha Lord's clone that had disappeared, perhaps he could contend against Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The sky connecting platform shook. Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed his supreme divine might. He stepped on the ancient stone platform and used his own power to draw the great Tao to suppress the stone platform, causing the primal chaos passageway to gradually collapse. Roar! Seeing that the primal chaos passageway was about to collapse, many people's expressions turned ferocious. They then took out their magic treasures and attacked Ghost Emperor Fengdu on the ancient stone platform. Boom! The power of the great Tao surged. An ancient Tao rune gushed out from beneath Ghost Emperor Fengdu's feet and spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire ancient stone platform. Endless Tao runes circulated. All the magic treasures that came into contact with the layer of Tao runes silently crumbled and turned into dust. Even the Emperor divine weapons were no exception. A golden divine bell couldn't even let out a bell ring before it turned into a pile of golden dust that drifted between the heaven and earth. A divine sword soared 10,000 zhang into the sky, splitting the void. However, when it came into contact with the layer of Tao runes, it also crumbled without a sound. This was the extreme Tao divine rune that could display the power of the extreme Tao. Unless a saint of the extreme Tao personally came, no one would be able to break it. Only an extreme sacred weapon could resist it. More than a dozen immortal emperors and Shen King were sent flying while coughing out blood. Their magic treasures were destroyed, and they also suffered a great impact. An immortal emperor's glabella cracked open, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Bang! A huge tremor resounded. The entire Supreme Tao platform was trampled down from the sky by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The primal chaos origin essence was completely suppressed and sank into the Supreme Tao platform. No. The path to heaven. How can this be? The Supreme Tao platform was completely suppressed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The path to heaven created by the Supreme Tao platform disappeared. At this moment, many people couldn't help but wail. What was the purpose of a cultivator's cultivation? Wasn't it to ascend to the heaven realm? The path to heaven was right in front of them, but they missed it. This almost drove everyone crazy. The only path to heaven to enter the heaven realm was cut off by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. A few people didn't dare to disregard it and madly attacked Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who was descending from the sky. However, how could they be a match for Ghost Emperor Fengdu? Ghost King Fengdu waved his sleeve, and those people flew out. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where they were swept to. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was truly abnormally strong. Someone recognized that one of the people sent flying by Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a Grand Completion Immortal Emperor Shen King. Even the Grand Completion Shen King was like an ant in front of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The others didn't dare to act rashly. The luck of these people was too bad. When the path to heaven was opened, they hesitated for a moment. They didn't rush into the primal chaos passageway like those current supreme experts. Among these people, there was no lack of Grand Completion Immortal Emperors and Shen King. However, these Grand Completion Immortal Emperors and Shen King only grew up after the destruction of the great desolate world. They didn't know whether there was really a heaven realm at the end of the primal chaos passageway or not. It was too late to regret now. Boom! Ghost Emperor Fengdu directly stomped the ancient heavenly platform down to the ground. At this time, the Tao runes that emerged on the ancient heavenly platform had already disappeared into the ancient heavenly platform. The entire sky-piercing platform once again became simple and ordinary. All kinds of miracles had already disappeared. No one could believe that such an ordinary stone platform was actually an extreme saint artifact that could connect to the heaven realm and open a path to the heaven path. Just as Ghost Emperor Fengdu was about to put away the ancient heavenly platform, all the cultivators were extremely jealous. That was an extreme sacred tool, a sacred weapon refined by a sage. Even if it couldn't connect to the heaven realm, it was still a supreme sacred tool. However, at this time, the entire heaven and earth suddenly darkened. An extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. In an instant, all the living beings within 100,000-mile radius of the heavenly market prostrated, as if they were welcoming the arrival of a supreme sage. They were trembling in fear. Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who was standing on the ancient heavenly platform, raised his head and frowned. His expression became a little strange, as if he had thought of something. Bang! The entire heaven and earth shattered in an instant. A huge mountain descended from the shattered heaven and earth. It was a sacred mountain shrouded in immortal light. Rumble. The descent of the sacred mountain was an extremely shocking scene. There was actually a sacred mountain that crossed the boundary to come here. Such means and divine ability were truly unimaginable. At the moment when the void shattered and the sacred mountain descended, all the living beings within 100,000-mile radius of the heavenly market were pressed to the ground by a terrifying pressure. It was too terrifying. Even the Grand Completion Immortal Emperors and Shen King couldn't resist this pressure. Only Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who was standing on the ancient heavenly platform, remained calm. The person who came was definitely a terrifying existence on the same level as him. Chapter 996. As the sacred mountain descended, streams of immortal Tao divine light cascaded down like a waterfall. The multicolored light was boundless, and the auspicious energy shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The powerful pressure almost caused the spirits of all living beings in the sky market to collapse. Such a powerful pressure, even if it wasn't the extreme Tao saint might, it was most likely a quasi-saint. Rumble. The heaven and earth collapsed, and the entire sacred mountain appeared high up in the sky, becoming the only thing in this world. Even the entire eastern domain could feel the mighty fluctuations coming from the sacred mountain. "It's you." Ghost Emperor Fengdu stood on the ancient stone platform and looked up. His eyes shot out rays of black light, and his expression was a bit strange. He seemed to have figured out the origin of the person who came. "You actually didn't die." The existence standing on the peak of the sacred mountain had a small stature. His skin was dry and stuck to his bones. His entire person was like a corpse that had been dead for countless years. Swoosh! Two blood-colored divine lights shot down from the sacred mountain. It was the gaze of the terrifying existence on the peak of the sacred mountain. It pierced through the void and looked straight at Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The two of them looked at each other for a while, but no one said anything. Everyone was extremely nervous. If the two of them started fighting, the human clan cultivators in the sky market would be in trouble. In the end, Ghost Emperor Fengdu did something that no one expected. He withdrew his gaze and jumped down from the ancient stone platform. Now is not the time to reopen the heavenly road. Ghost Emperor Fengdu left behind such a sentence and soared into the sky. He directly shattered the void and disappeared between heaven and earth. No one knew where he went. Ghost Emperor Fengdu retreated just like that. He didn't even want the supreme sky platform anymore. There's no need for you to say more. A soul fluctuation spread out from the corpse-like guy. A voice resounded in everyone's heart. He seemed to know what Ghost Emperor Fengdu was referring to, so he sent out such a soul fluctuation. Then, the ancient stone platform that Ghost Emperor Fengdu stomped down from the sky began to tremble. Then, it flew towards the terrifying figure on the sacred mountain. The corpse-like person stretched out his hand and took the ancient stone platform away. Everyone was stupefied. The sky-connecting platform was taken away just like that. This was an extreme Tao holy artifact, so why didn't Ghost Emperor Fengdu want it and gave it to that person? What was the background of that person? Everyone was puzzled. Rumble. After putting away the sky-reaching platform, that person rode the sacred mountain and directly broke through the void. He once again entered the void chaos and disappeared without a trace. The reason why that person came seemed to be for the sky-reaching platform. This kind of person was extremely terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy a part of the world. The disappearance of the sacred mountain allowed everyone to finally heave a sigh of relief. That terrifying pressure that terrified even their souls had disappeared. Everyone felt as if they had been reborn. If Gu Fei was still here, he would definitely jump up in shock. That was because the sacred mountain that had suddenly shattered the void and crossed over was the sacred mountain of the god race of the Hell Realm. The appearance of the sky-reaching platform was destined to set off a super-huge storm. Although the sky-reaching platform was taken away by a mysterious supreme expert, the current era's almighties had also disappeared. All the current era's almighties that entered the sky market had already rushed into the primal chaos passageway, wanting to enter the heavenly realm. Even many Shen King and immortal emperors had entered the heavenly path. The departure of the current era's almighties would definitely have an unimaginable impact on the forces that the almighties belonged to. The Tang Long continent, which had never been in turmoil for thousands of years, gradually appeared. Most of the almighties of the Tang Long continent had entered the primal chaos passageway. The power of the righteous path had inevitably been greatly weakened. Demons everywhere had begun to stir. On the Tang Long continent, incidents of entire human villages being massacred began to appear. Boom! After everyone had left, a loud sound came from the sky market. A monstrous demonic aura swept up to the sky. Inside the demonic aura, an ancient temple was floating. Inside the ancient temple, there were 7 powerful demonic powers. The ancient chaos 7 Buddhas and demons finally rushed out from the crumbling world behind the stone door. The ancient temple set off boundless demonic aura that enveloped heaven and earth. It rushed towards the west. In the blink of an eye, the majestic demonic aura disappeared into the horizon at an extremely fast speed. Chaos. The world was really going to be chaotic. With the departure of the almighties and the emergence of demons, some people felt that a great chaos was coming. All the major forces began to be cautious in order to deal with the upcoming great change. Heroes are born in troubled times. Whenever the strong rose together, there would inevitably be a series of wars. However, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was flying rapidly towards the end of the primal chaos passageway with the old turtle under the protection of the Tai Huang seal. Gradually, the aura of the heavenly realm in front of them began to grow stronger. Is the legendary heavenly realm really in front of us? Gu Fei muttered to himself. His expression changed several times. but his flying speed was not slow at all. However, the primal chaos passageway seemed to have no end. Gu Fei and He Tian flew in the primal chaos passageway at top speed for nearly an hour, but they could not see the end of it. What's going on? At this point, even the old turtle was a little bewildered. The aura in front of the primal chaos passageway was definitely an aura unique to the heavenly realm. However, this path to heaven was a little too long. Gu Fei and the old turtle's flying speed was definitely not slow. If they were outside, they would have flown thousands of miles in an hour. However, they still could not see the end of the primal chaos passageway. Just when the old turtle and Gu Fei felt that something was wrong, the entire primal chaos passageway suddenly shook. Then, the primal chaos passageway behind them began to collapse. How could this be? The old turtle and Gu Fei were scared out of their wits. If the primal chaos passageway completely collapsed, they would be lost in the void even if their lives were not in danger. Getting lost in the void was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. It was possible that they would never be able to find the way out and would be drifting in the void forever. Roar! The old tortoise let out a roar and his expression turned ugly. He kept driving the Thai sovereign seal to borrow its power, grabbed Gu Fei, and rushed forward with all his might. Behind him was the primal chaos passageway that was constantly collapsing. The old turtle's flying speed at least doubled. He could travel thousands of miles in one step, which was much faster than teleportation. The speed of the primal chaos passageway's collapse was actually not as fast as the old turtle's desperate flight. However, the old turtle could not increase the distance between them. The primal chaos passageway's collapse was too fast. Damn, who cut off the path to heaven? Isn't this harming people? The old turtle cursed. He did not know that the person who put him in danger was Ghost Emperor Fengdu. We can't go on like this, Gu Fei said. Although using the extreme path holy weapon consumed a lot of vitality, the old turtle was still not an extreme path saint even though he had surpassed the almighty realm. The grand sovereign seal was like a bottomless pit that rapidly devoured the old turtle's vitality. In just a short while, the old turtle's face became pale. What else can I do? At this time, the old turtle had already cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of the guy who cut off the path to heaven. That person was really too abominable. After flying for nearly another hour, the old turtle began to feel unwell. The grand sovereign seal continuously devoured his vitality, causing his face to become as pale as a sheet of paper. If it was not for the inner world that could replenish the devoured vitality, the old turtle would have been sucked dry by the grand sovereign seal in less than half an hour. Only an extreme path saint could exert the greatest power of the extreme path holy weapon. Swoosh! A silhouette flashed in front of them. It was a reclusive almighty who was flying forward at an astonishing speed. However, Gu Fei and the others overtook the almighty in the blink of an eye and rushed to the front. Rushing to reincarnate. Gu Fei and the others rushed past the reclusive supreme being and almost collided with him. At this moment, the collapsed primal chaos passageway spread out, and a terrifying power that caused one's heart to palpitate wreaked havoc. This is, when the hidden almighty saw the collapse of the primal chaos passageway, he was scared out of his wits. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. However, he only took a few steps before he screamed and was swallowed by the collapsed primal chaos passageway. The hidden almighty struggled in the primal chaos passageway for a while before his body collapsed and turned into a bloody mist that dissipated into nothingness. His body and soul were both destroyed. Gu Fei hurriedly turned around and saw this scene. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. The destructive power of the primal chaos passageway's collapse was so terrifying that it could obliterate an almighty. This was something that Gu Fei could never have imagined. After flying for an unknown period of time, the old turtle's face was pale as if he was about to collapse. An extreme path holy weapon was not something that just anyone could use. Even the old turtle was struggling to resist. It's over, it's over. Just when the old turtle felt that he could not hold on any longer, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. The two were overjoyed. That's the entrance to the heavenly realm? The primal chaos passageway behind them was collapsing. They could not care less at this point. Even if they knew that it was hell in front of them, they had to jump. Swoosh! The old turtle carried Gu Fei and traveled thousands of miles with each step. The bright spot in front of them was rapidly enlarging. When Gu Fei and Gu Fei approached it, they realized that what looked like a bright spot from afar was actually an exit with a radius of only 10 feet. A wave of world energy came from the front, making the old turtle and Gu Fei feel refreshed. The moment before the primal chaos passageway completely collapsed, the old turtle and Gu Fei rushed out of the primal chaos passageway and escaped the disaster. It was really dangerous. Charge kill. The moment the old turtle and Gu Fei rushed out of the primal chaos passageway, they heard an earth-shattering battle cry. They saw a battlefield in front of them. Chapter 997. This was a shocking scene. Thousands of immortals and demonic soldiers were fighting. Both the sky and the ground were filled with human figures. Battle cries shook the heavens. The blood of the immortals and demons rained down from the sky. The ground was covered with broken heavenly weapons, broken demonic weapons, and the corpses of the immortals and demonic soldiers. It was a shocking scene. The place where Gu Fei and the others appeared was not far from the battlefield. It was less than 500 miles away. For the immortals, such a distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. The moment Gu Fei and the others appeared, the leader of the silver-armored heavenly soldiers and the leader of the demons noticed them immediately. However, no one paid attention to them. Everyone was busy fighting. Swoosh! An expert of the human tribe wielding a sword slashed out. The sword radiance soared up to 1,000 feet and split a demonic soldier and the demonic beast that the demonic soldier was riding into half. Demonic blood splattered everywhere. There was a demon with 4 arms. His demonic chi was monstrous, and he tore a human expert into 4 pieces with his bare hands. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. This was a great battle between the human tribe cultivators and the demons. The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The fierce evil chi soared up to the sky. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was shaking. The immortals of the human tribe and the demons and demonic soldiers were fighting to the death. Other experts rushed over from afar and joined the battle. Boom! Someone used a terrifying relic weapon. A purple jade mountain fell from the sky and pressed down. The hundreds of demonic soldiers below turned into black blood mist. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Emperor Divine Weapon? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. The energy ripples coming from the amethyst mountain were so powerful that they nearly shattered the surrounding space. However, the void of heaven and earth in this world seemed to be very stable and firm. Even an emperor's divine weapon could only shake a part of the void. It couldn't penetrate the void of heaven and earth like it did in the Tonglong continent. Swoosh! A pitch-black saber light that emitted a heart-palpitating demonic aura rose from the demon weapon into the sky and collided violently with the purple jade mountain that was pressing down. The saber light was like the light of death, directly splitting the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic power spread from the saber light, with a fluctuation that caused all living things to tremble. Emperor Demonic Weapon. I didn't expect such a demon to be in action. Seeing this, Old Tortoise's expression became a little solemn. This was definitely not an encounter. Perhaps the humans were fighting against the demons. The Heaven Realm didn't seem to be peaceful either. There were also battles going on. Compared to the Tonglong continent, the battles here were much more intense and cruel. This was because almost all the people who participated in the battles were in the immortal realm. Boom! The purple jade mountain collided with the pitch-black demonic saber. It was a battle between an Emperor Divine Weapon and a demonic Emperor Weapon. The entire world shook violently, and a terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions from the point of impact. More than a dozen demon soldiers and silver-armored, heavenly soldiers nearby were sent flying. Several demon soldiers and immortal soldiers were directly turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air. The battle was cruel. Both the immortal soldiers and the demon soldiers had to die. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Thousands of cultivators were fighting against the demons. There were figures in the sky and on the ground. The immortal soldiers of the human tribe were wearing silver armor. Under the leadership of a middle-aged immortal general, they were fighting against the demons endlessly. All kinds of celestial weapons emitted divine light, illuminating the entire world with various colors. The powerful Dharma power and divine power fluctuations were frightening. Such a scene was simply too unbelievable. Gu Fei was dumbfounded by what he saw. However, Old Tortoise didn't show any surprise or shock. The passage of chaos behind them disappeared into the void. Those who had entered the primal chaos channel before Gu Fei and the others were nowhere to be found. No one interfered in the battle in the distance. The first thing one had to do after entering a foreign land was to find out where they were. These guys seemed to be very similar to that person's silver-armored soldiers. Old Tortoise seemed to have thought of something. The human cultivators who were fighting against the demons were all wearing silver armor. Each of them was as powerful and terrifying as a heavenly soldier. Gu Fei discovered that these silver-armored heavenly soldiers were generally at the immortal realm. The middle-aged immortal general leading them was even a Shun king who had reached the phenomenal success realm. He was a terrifying war emperor who was holding a black iron saber. He was fighting against a demon general with a single horn on his head and a body full of scales. The saber light soared into the sky and tore the void apart. The war emperor was able to force the demon general to the point where he couldn't fight back. Pitch-black demon blood splattered from time to time wherever the saber light passed. The demon general was already covered in wounds, but he was still extremely ferocious. The single horn on his head shot out beams of demonic light that pierced through the war emperor. The aftermath of the battle between the two powerhouses affected the battlefield below from time to time. Humans and demons fell from the sky from time to time. There were actually 4 celestial being realm emperors fighting on the battlefield. It was really shocking. In the Tonglong continent, such a scene would only appear in times of chaos. The purple jade mountain and the demon saber clashed continuously. An old Taoist was fighting against a demon with a tiger head and a wolf head. They were fighting fiercely without holding anything back. The purple chi was vast and mighty, and the demonic chi swept up as high as 3,000 zhang. The void shook and the earth quaked. However, Gu Fei discovered that the void here was really too stable. Even the celestial being realm emperors who were using their emperor divine weapons to attack with all their strength could not even cause a crack in the void. Even the celestial being realm emperors could not break the void here. Could this really be the legendary heaven realm? Boy, let's go and have some fun, Old Tortoise suddenly said. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was a young monk who was sneakily rushing into the distance. That guy. Old Tortoise's eyes immediately turned red at the sight of the little baldy. Without a word, he directly chased after him. Gu Fei could not stop him and couldn't help but be angry. He was unfamiliar with this place. With Old Tortoise by his side, there would definitely be no problem for him to be safe. Old Tortoise had the Great Emperor Seal, an extreme holy weapon. Even if this was really the heaven realm, Old Tortoise could still move unhindered. Gu Fei chased after him for a few steps, and Old Tortoise disappeared at the end of the horizon. This guy, Gu Fei was speechless. Old Tortoise actually abandoned him to chase after the little baldy alone. How did the little baldy appear in this place? The Skyfall platform broke through the legendary path to heaven, but Gu Fei did not see the little baldy enter the path of chaos from beginning to end. Could it be that the little baldy used some kind of secret method to hide from everyone's eyes and ears and entered the path of chaos without anyone noticing and came to this world? Gu Fei thought about it and realized that this was the only possibility. The little baldy was really resourceful. Swoosh! Gu Fei opened his inner world and released Shaoqing, Balon, Tian, and the little fatty. As soon as everyone came out, they were attracted by the battlefield in front of them. Just as Gu Fei expected, they were all stunned. It was a great war between the immortals and demons. It can't be. How could there be a great war between the immortals and demons at this time? Tian was extremely shocked. He knew many secrets of heaven and earth, which was why he was so shocked. The Tonglong continent is in chaos, and this place is also in chaos. Could it be that chaos is coming again? Tian muttered to himself. Martial ancestor, this is The little fatty's cultivation was the weakest, but during this period of time in Gu Fei's inner world, he became familiar with the undying skeleton clan and obtained many benefits. He even soaked in the divine spring every day, and his cultivation actually broke through to the demigod realm. Big brother, where's my master? I sensed his aura. After coming out, Shaoqing looked around and asked Gu Fei, "Don't say any more. That old tortoise is really unreliable. He left me here alone and went to chase after that little baldy." Gu Fei was very unhappy. Shaoqing was speechless. His master was really unreliable. After imparting him the cultivation method, he left him to cultivate alone. He didn't even think of giving him pointers. It had to be said that Shaoqing was really talented. Although the old tortoise imparted all kinds of demon clan cultivation methods to him, his current cultivation and strength were the result of his own hard work. We have come to the heaven realm? Even Baron, who never showed any emotions on his face, was moved. I don't know. I need to ask someone, but now, I want to kill people. No, I want to kill demons. The blood and qi in Gu Fei's body surged and a cold, murderous aura spread from his body. Demons are the public enemy of the world. Since we have met, let's kill them. At this moment, Hate Tian's ruffian aura disappeared, and he seemed to have become a different person. Martial ancestor. The little fatty almost jumped up from the ground when he heard this. How could he step forward in such a big battle? Even 100 of him would not be enough to kill him. Gu Fei glanced at the little fatty. It seemed like letting this guy out was unnecessary. Then, he directly opened his inner world and threw his disciple into it. Kill. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and rushed into the battlefield in front of him. Heitian, Shaoqing, and Balan also took out their mighty holy weapons and rushed forward. The sudden appearance of the 3 mighty holy weapons shocked the whole battlefield. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers and the demons were extremely shocked. The aura of the mighty holy weapons made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! A ball of sun-like divine light rushed out from the top of Baron's head. It was as if a small sun had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The terrifying divine power of the sun rained down, and more than a dozen demon soldiers below were instantly turned into flying ashes. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. This is Chapter 998. Bam! A golden pagoda appeared in the sky above the battlefield. An extremely terrifying pressure descended from the top of the pagoda. Then, a golden whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the pagoda, swallowing dozens of demon soldiers below. The metal elemental divine power was mighty. The demon soldiers that were swallowed by the pagoda were instantly obliterated and turned into ashes. Nothing was left. Seeing that the newcomer was attacking the demons, the god general in silver armor heaved a sigh of relief. However, the demons were shocked. At this moment, a huge star suddenly appeared in the sky. It was strange for a star to suddenly appear in broad daylight. Moreover, the huge star was falling from the sky. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. A star with boundless star power descended from the sky. The powerful energy waves seemed to be able to crush the world. It was extremely terrifying. What? This time, even the god general's expression changed. The immortals and demons on the battlefield were stunned. The star was falling. Everyone on the battlefield could be crushed into dust by this huge star. Swoosh! Just when both sides were extremely shocked, the huge star that was rapidly descending from the sky suddenly stopped in the sky above the battlefield. Then, rays of starlight poured down like a waterfall. Everyone retreated in panic. The falling starlight was like a huge dragon. In an instant, almost 100 demon soldiers were swept up into the sky. Then, they were minced into clouds of pitch-black blood mist. Broken bones and demon blood fell from the sky. It was as if it was raining demon blood. Another almighty saint weapon? The demon general who wielded the peerless demon blade forced Ziyang back with a single slash. He raised his head in shock and looked at the star in the sky. To refine a star into a holy weapon, this kind of method could only be done by those who had reached the great accomplishment stage. Balan, Heitian, and Shaoqing attacked one after another. The power of the mighty holy weapon completely stunned everyone on the battlefield. The immortals and gods were surprised and delighted. On the other hand, the demons were in danger. Kill! A furious roar sounded out on the battlefield as a terrifying figure giving off yin and yang qi rampaged through the battlefield. Everywhere it passed, demonic blood splattered. Not a single demon soldier could block a single attack from that person. Who are you people? Don't you know the consequences of going against the 100,000 Devil Mountains? The devil general holding the peerless devil blade roared. If you want to fight, let's fight. What's with all this talk? Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war descending from the heavens. His strength was unparalleled. His fists continuously smashed the devil soldiers into pieces, destroying their bodies and souls. He didn't care about the 100,000 Devil Mountains at all. It was not that he disdained the 100,000 Devil Mountains, but he simply did not know who the other party was. Moreover, the devils were the public enemy of the world. No matter what, Gu Fei could be considered as a righteous person. Exterminating the devils was his duty. Damn it! I'll kill you! The devil general roared in rage, his voice shaking the skies. Just as he was about to take a step forward and attack Gu Fei, Taoist Ziyang rushed over and intercepted the devil general. Roar! Old man Ziyang, I, Cho Tian, will definitely kill my way to the Purple Sun Holy Land and destroy your orthodoxy, erasing your name from the world. The demon king Cho Tian roared angrily and directly slashed at the Taoist in front of him. I'm afraid you won't have the chance, Taoist Ziyang said coldly. Then, the purple jade mountain floating above his head flew up and directly smashed forward, meeting the demon king Cho Tian's blade. Bam! There was a loud tremor as the purple jade mountain and the peerless devil blade collided violently. The void trembled and a transparent circle of ripples spread out. Taoist Ziyang was sent flying backward. The demon king Cho Tian did not have it easy either. His body trembled violently as he continuously retreated 7 or 8 steps. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. The clash between the two great emperors seemed to be evenly matched. No one dared to go near the battlefield of the two emperors. It was too easy for existences of this level to kill immortals and devil soldiers. In front of the emperors, immortals and gods were like ants. Kill! Kill! Taoist Ziyang and the demon king Cho Tian shouted at the same time and rushed forward again. The battle was so fierce that heaven and earth trembled and the earth cracked. There were mountains constantly collapsing and dust rising high into the sky. The two great emperors did not say anything unnecessary. This was a situation where they would not rest until one side was dead. After Gu Fei and the others made their move, the balance on the battlefield was immediately broken by them. Under the power of the three great holy weapons, there was not a single devil soldier who had the ability to fight against them. The ferocious and terrifying demon soldiers shrouded in demon chi were constantly being reaped by the holy weapons of the three almighty beings. Little Qing and the others did not hold back. Under the joint attack of the almighty beings, the demon soldiers fell one by one. As for Gu Fei, he dashed left and right on the battlefield. The devil soldiers he met were all killed with one punch. His physical body was far stronger than the King Divine Weapon and could fight against the Emperor Divine Weapon. Even if these devil soldiers hit him with their weapons, they could not hurt Gu Fei at all. Roar! Seeing this, another devil general wanted to rush forward to fight against Gu Fei. However, he was stopped by the silver-armored divine general with a divine saber. The battle did not end. The situation was developing in a one-sided direction. The human clan had completely gained the upper hand and controlled the rhythm of the battlefield. They gradually forced the devil soldiers to one place from all directions and then besieged them. The silver-armored divine soldiers smashed out silver divine spears one after another. Devil soldiers were constantly nailed to the ground by the divine spears. The outcome was already decided. The divine general was extremely powerful. His divine saber cut through the sky and split the heaven and earth. The saber light was so bright that it was brighter than the sun in the sky. The devil general who was fighting against him kept retreating. The devil light that shot out from his horn pierced through the void and swept towards the divine general. However, They were all destroyed in the void by the divine general with a divine saber. Clang! In the end, the divine general instantly came to the front of the devil general and slashed the horn on the head of the devil general. The sound of metal colliding resounded throughout the battlefield. Roar! The demon general roared as the horn on his head was chopped off by the divine general. His body, which was more than 6 meters tall, was stomped by the divine general, and his sternum caved in as he was sent flying. Swoosh! Wherever the saber light passed, the devil general who was kicked away by the divine general was immediately chopped into 2 halves. Even his devil soul was crushed by the saber light. He was directly killed. Damn it! Cho Tian, who was fighting with Ziyang, could not help but be furious when he saw this scene. The devil general who was killed by the divine general was his right-hand man. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and that the divine general who killed his man was approaching him, the demon king Cho Tian did not hesitate. He directly turned into a ball of devil chi and rushed into the sky, escaping into the distance. Cho Tian did not care about the life and death of the other devil soldiers and escaped alone. Although Ziyang tried to stop him and used the purple jade mountain to seal the void, displaying the power of the Emperor Divine Weapon, Cho Tian's peerless demonic saber was also an Emperor Divine Weapon. He used the demonic saber to break the power of the imprisonment and rushed out. Want to escape? Eat my saber first. The divine general was extremely domineering. He took a step forward, and the divine saber in his hand turned into a dazzling divine light. It soared thousands of feet into the sky and chased after the ball of devil chi in front of him. The saber light was like lightning, and the saber chi was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. In an instant, the saber light caught up with the flying ball of devil chi and directly cut into the depths of the devil chi. Clang! Within the devil chi, a peerless demonic saber flew out and blocked the saber light from the divine general. Then, the ball of devil chi completely disappeared into the sky. That devil, the divine general, was very unhappy that Cho Tian had escaped. If he could kill Cho Tian, it would be a great merit. When he returned, he would definitely be rewarded by Emperor Xian. Kill all these devil bastards for me. The divine general roared angrily. His voice traveled thousands of miles, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. It was as if an ancient god of death had descended, causing all the demonic soldiers below to tremble in fear and almost lose the ability to resist. The group of silver-armored, heavenly soldiers responded. One by one, divine spears flew into the sky and pierced through the demonic soldiers who were trapped in the center. Every divine spear was a refined fairy weapon. There were runes circling around it, and it could nail the demonic soldiers to death. At this time, Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian had all put away their divine weapons. The outcome was decided, and there was no need for them to do anything. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was still fighting. He was facing a powerful devil. This was a devil with 3 demonic eyes. The demonic eye at the center of his brows was extremely terrifying. It could shoot out a demonic light that could destroy everything. Gu Fei still did not use his divine weapon. He directly used his physical body to fight the demonic person. His fists shook the void, and the demonic light that pierced through the demonic eye of the demonic person dissipated. Such a powerful body caused the devil cultivator to be incomparably shocked. The outcome was decided. The demonic person knew that he had lost the upper hand. There were 2 martial emperors in the sky who had used their divine powers to suppress the surroundings. At this time, there was no way for him to escape. Since he could not escape, he would fight to his heart's content. The demonic person was furious. The chaotic demonic light that pierced through the demonic eye became even stronger and swept in all directions. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers nearby were swept by the chaotic demonic light and turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. Nothing was left behind. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated far away, creating an empty space. How is this possible? The battle between Gu Fei and the demonic person had also attracted the attention of the divine general and Ziyang. Gu Fei was too eye-catching. It was impossible not to notice him. A pair of fists shattered the chaotic demonic light and forced the demonic person to retreat. Is it a human martial body? Is he a descendant of the martial progenitor? Ziyang and the divine general came from two powerful forces, so they were naturally knowledgeable. However, the martial body of the human race had already disappeared for countless years. The legacy of the martial progenitor had already been severed. How could someone obtain the legacy of the martial progenitor? However, Gu Fei's body that was as strong as a martial king could not lie. It was the true strength of his body. There were no ripples of divine force or immortal force. Gu Fei was able to fight against a powerful demonic person with just a pair of fists. His strength was frightening. The Demon Forbidden Zone. Chapter 999. The Black Demon Forbidden Domain was a terrifying devil path divine ability. It could swallow a person into a void created by a devil cultivator. In this void, the devil cultivator would be the ruler of everything. The instant Gu Fei was devoured by the Black Demon Forbidden Zone, all he could see was boundless darkness. It was as if he had entered a dark void that had no end or sky. It was a feeling of being exiled in the void, unable to come into contact with anything. Rumble. Suddenly, this dark void trembled, and a huge demon shadow appeared in front of Gu Fei. This demon shadow was the demon that Gu Fei was fighting against. The demon shadow was incomparably huge, like a mountain, standing in front of Gu Fei, giving people a strong sense of oppression, causing Gu Fei's heart to shiver. Devil Path Divine Ability? Gu Fei looked at the demon shadow in front of him, and his pupils shrank. Such a demon shadow looked terrifying, but in front of Gu Fei, it was still not enough. One must know that Gu Fei had even seen a true demon, let alone a demon shadow. You can die now. No one has ever walked out of my Black Devil Forbidden Domain, the demon shadow said, and a huge voice echoed in this void, causing Gu Fei's ears to buzz. Is that so? Then I will be an exception, and the only exception. You won't have the chance to use this Devil Path Divine ability again. Gu Fei said coldly, You're courting death. The demon was obviously infuriated, and the huge demon shadow directly stretched out its right hand, slapping towards Gu Fei in front of it. Endless demon power surged, and that demon palm could shatter the heaven and earth, as if it could pierce through thousands of worlds. It only has the form, but not the reality. It's just a facade. Gu Fei sneered, and then directly blasted his fist upwards, directly meeting the demon palm that slapped down. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and an unbelievable thing happened. Gu Fei's small fist actually blocked the mountain-like demon palm. What? The great demon was shocked, and his voice was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw, that this human could actually resist his divine ability. Bang! Gu Fei's right fist that blocked the demon palm suddenly shook, and a monstrous divine power suddenly erupted. The mountain-like demon palm was shaken away, and then dissipated in the void. Roar! How is this possible? The giant demon roared, and the terrible demon roared in this part of the void. The entire void was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Why is it impossible? I can defeat the heavens with my strength. How could it be that I can't break your little forbidden zone? He directly broke the seal of this part of the void with brute force and rushed to the front of the great demon of the mountain. He used brute force to break through the seal of the void and rushed in front of the great demon's mountain-like head. The great demon revealed a pained expression. It actually looked like a real great demon and not an illusion. Roar! I'll eat you! That grand demon roared out in rage. He then opened his mouth and swallowed Gu Fei, who was before him. He then channeled the power of the demonic Tao in this area, wanting to refine Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach. Rumble! The entire pitch-black void was shrinking rapidly as endless demonic power gathered from all directions. However, the great demon soon felt that he was in big trouble. Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach, showed no signs of being refined. Not only that, but this human's aura was also gradually increasing. How can his body be so strong? Could it be? The great demon seemed to have thought of something terrifying and panicked. He wanted to spit out Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach. However, at this time, Gu Fei did not want to come out. Endless demonic energy surged in the great demon's stomach. Rays of demonic power formed absolute killing lights that pierced towards him. Wave after wave of terrifying destructive power surged towards him from all directions, wanting to completely refine and obliterate him. Endless divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's body. Yin and yang essence intertwined, and there was a trace of the power of the great path flowing around him. The absolute killing lights that pierced through him could not get close to him. The destructive energy that was surging out from all directions was also blocked. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched. The powerful divine power shook the void and almost burst the great demon's stomach. This made the arrogant great demon curl up like a prawn. Ah! The great demon roared in pain. It seemed that this punch had directly hit the body of the demon dweller who had used this kind of demonic power. Bang! Gu Fei punched out once more, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently as though it was about to shatter. This time around, the great devil did not cry out because he could no longer do so. Sure enough, it's all bark and no bite. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly punched with all his strength. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as devil chi surged. That gigantic devil that was as huge as a mountain was actually blasted apart by him. Boundless devil chi wreaked havoc, causing the void in this area to collapse. The aura of the outside world surged in. The demon dweller's body fell from the sky in pieces. The black demon forbidden area was broken, and the demon dweller's body and soul were also destroyed. Good. A cheer sounded, and the endless demon chi quickly dissipated. Two figures walked over from afar. Gu Fei fixed his eyes on these two people. One was the divine general who killed a demon general, and the other was the old Taoist Ziyang who used a purple jade mountain to fight against the demon king Cho Tian. These two people were both emperors of the celestial being realm. They were both great figures who had broken through the fifth heaven of the celestial being realm. Such figures could definitely dominate a part of the Tonglong continent. At this time, Gu Fei found that there were no silver-armored heavenly soldiers around. The battle had already ended. Only Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian were waiting. All the demons had already been killed. The battlefield was drenched in blood. The corpses of the heavenly soldiers and the demons were lying everywhere. The bright red blood of the celestial being and the pitch-black blood of the demons mingled on the ground. The power of the demons and gods flowed on it. Little brother, good skills? Are you interested in joining my Black Heaven Holy Land? The divine general stepped forward and wanted to recruit Gu Fei. Hee, brother Tianstong, you were too impatient. Ziyang walked over. The current him had the air of an immortal. There was no killing intent at all. It was hard to imagine that this was the expert who fought the demon king Cho Tian. The divine general called Tianxiong glared and said unhappily, "What? Does your purple sun Holy Land also want to recruit little brother?" His meaning was very clear. That was, don't fight with me. That is indeed my intention. With your talent, you are definitely qualified to be a disciple of our sect master, Ziyang said leisurely. His words stunned divine General Tianxiong. The sect master of the Purple Sun Holy Land was a celestial arch. Celestial arch Ziyang was in existence on the same level as the mysterious Heaven Holy Land's primordial Emperor Xian. Divine General Tianxiong had never imagined that Ziyang would offer such good conditions. Becoming a disciple of a celestial arch was enough to make countless cultivators green with envy. Just as Divine General Tianxiong was about to say something, Gu Fei spoke up. Seniors, huh? Taoist Ziyang and Heavenly General Tianxiong both turned to look at Gu Fei. When they saw Gu Fei's battle prowess, their hearts were aroused and they wanted to recruit him. Moreover, it was very likely that Gu Fei had obtained the martial ancestor's inheritance. If that was really the case, his future would be limitless. If he could grow up, there would probably be a second martial ancestor in the world. Seniors, please forgive me. I would like to ask, where is this place? Is this the legendary heavenly realm? Gu Fei asked. This, Heavenly General Tianxiong and old Taoist Ziyang couldn't help but be startled, and then they looked at each other in shock. Could it be that these fellows came from the lower realms? How is that possible? Over the years, no one had been able to ascend to the heavenly realm. Some people said that the world had changed and people from the lower realm could no longer cultivate to become immortals. The immortal receiving pavilions in the heavenly realm had long been abandoned. You came from the lower realm? Divine General Tian Xiong's voice trembled as he stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. His eyes flickered as if he wanted to see into Gu Fei's heart. Ziyang was sizing up Gu Fei when he suddenly said, "The aura on your body is a little strange. It has the aura of another world. The few of you are the same. None of you are from the heavenly realm." The old Taoist's gaze shifted to Shaoqing, Balon, and He Tian. When he saw He Tian, his eyes bulged. You, this. The old Taoist pointed at He Tian as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. "What? Do you know me?" Erebus grinned and said in a very harmless manner, No. How could I know you? Too similar. That person can't still be alive." Ziyang mumbled to himself. When he first saw He Tian, his shock was no small matter. However, he quickly calmed down. That person had fallen countless years ago. How could he still appear in this world? Thinking of this, Ziyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at himself. As for Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others, they couldn't help but look at each other. They knew a little about He Tian, so they couldn't help but feel a little strange. He Tian was a ruffian skeleton from the Naraka realm. He had successfully used the power of the dragon essence and phoenix marrow to regenerate his flesh and blood. Could it be that this guy was an extraordinary person when he was alive? This He Tian really had a lot of secrets. When Divine General Tian Xiong saw Ziyang lose his composure when he saw He Tian, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at He Tian in a different light. This really is the heavenly realm. After talking with Ziyang and Divine General Tian Xiong, Gu Fei finally believed that they had really come to the heavenly realm. The legendary heavenly realm didn't seem to be very peaceful. Gu Fei didn't plan to join any faction. After understanding the situation in the heavenly realm, he bid farewell to Divine General Tian Xiong and Ziyang and headed to a nearby town with Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balon. The little fatty was also released by Gu Fei. It had to be said that the little fatty's luck was better than anyone else's. He actually came to the heavenly realm in such a muddle-headed manner. It should be known that countless people in the Tanglong continent had used all sorts of methods, but they still couldn't open the heavenly road and enter the heavenly realm. Chapter 1000. As the sun set, Gu Fei and the others followed the directions given by Heavenly General Tian Xiong and Taoist Ziyang to a town. The town wasn't big, but it had a tall city wall. The city wall was built with large pieces of bluestone. Each bluestone weighed at least 10,000 jin. This was the strongest city wall Gu Fei had ever seen. Of course, this was referring to ordinary cities in the mortal world. There were also mortals in the heaven realm. According to the legends, not everyone in the heaven realm was an immortal. Mortals without any cultivation made up the majority. There were a few superpowers in the heaven realm. It was completely different from the Tanglong continent. There were no dynasties or countries in the heaven realm. There were only complicated powers. Heavenly General Tian Xiong came from a superpower in the heaven realm. That superpower was called the mysterious Heaven Holy Land. There was an Emperor Xian, named Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. As for Taoist Ziyang, he came from another superpower, the Purple Sun Holy Land. Other than these two superpowers, there was also the origin of the demons, the 100,000 Devil Mountains. According to the legends, that was the origin of the demons in the heaven realm. It had a long history that could be traced back to the beginning of the world. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was the source of chaos in the heaven realm. Over the years, terrifying demons were born in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Then, they killed their way out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains and wreaked havoc in the heaven realm. In the evening, people came back one after another. The city gate became lively and more people came in and out. The roars of wild beasts could be heard in the forest outside the city. Some wild beasts like to hunt at night. Therefore, people in the city rarely left the city at night. Gu Fei and the others didn't fly into the city. Instead, they landed a few li away from the city and walked towards the city. There were many more cultivators in the heaven realm than in the mortal world. The entire heaven realm was under the rule of cultivators. Each of the major forces had their own territory. Although it was not a kingdom, it was still an independent kingdom. Therefore, the relationship between mortals and cultivators wasn't as strange as it was in the mortal world. Every superpower had a large population. A large population was the foundation of each superpower. Every major force would search for children suitable for cultivation within their own sphere of influence, and then take them in as disciples to inherit their lineage of orthodoxy. However, flying into the city under the watchful eyes of so many people was still a little shocking. Gu Fei did not want to cause any unnecessary commotion. For these mortals, the arrival of a cultivator in their town was definitely a big deal. Luoyues City. This name is not bad. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the city gate, they saw that there was a horizontal board above the city gate. On the board, there were 3 big words written in calligraphy. These words were very ancient. In the Tanglong continent, these ancient words could only be seen in ancient books. From time to time, one could see strong hunters carrying their prey from outside the city. The people here were very tough, and everyone they saw carried weapons. Gu Fei and the others walked into the city and saw that lanterns had been hung on both sides of the street. There were many peddlers walking among them and many people pacing back and forth between the shops on both sides of the street. A few well-dressed young people were even loitering in some of the stalls. Outside of Luoyues City was a mountain forest. To reach another city, one had to pass through these mountains and forests. Even if one walked on the main street, there were dense forests on both sides of the main street. There were countless ferocious beasts roaming the mountains and forests. Living in such an environment, it would be strange if the people here were not tough. Along the way, Gu Fei found that most of the people in the city were suitable for cultivation. Some of them were very talented. Compared to the mortal world, the physiques of the people here were very good. However, after thinking about it, Gu Fei understood. The weak were prey to the strong. In this place, it was very difficult for the weak to survive. Only the strong could survive. Those with good physiques naturally had a much higher chance of survival than the weak. Gu Fei and the others found an inn, and each of them asked for a guest room. They cultivated in the guest room. They wanted to attract the essence of heaven and earth to cleanse their bodies of the mortal world's aura. A long time ago, as long as there were cultivators who ascended from the lower realm, they would cultivate in the Xian receiving pavilions for a few days to cleanse themselves of the mortal world's aura and be completely reborn. After the great change of heaven and earth, there were no more cultivators who ascended from the lower realm. The Xian receiving pavilions in various parts of the heaven realm gradually fell into disuse. Gu Fei and the others did not want to meet cultivators who recognized that they were not from this world. Therefore, they planned to first get rid of the aura of the mortal world. The little fatty slipped out. Gu Fei scanned the entire Luoyues city with his divine sense and found that there were no powerful cultivators in the city. There was only the aura of an extreme-level cultivator in the city lord's mansion. However, among these cultivators, the strongest one was only at the 8th or 9th level of the void-controlling realm. He was not a threat to the little fatty at all. The little fatty was also bored to death in Gu Fei's inner world. He found a gap and slipped out. Gu Fei did not care about him. This little fatty was more shrewd than a ghost. The fact that he could leave home and come to the eastern region from the western region of the Tanglong continent alone showed how capable he was. The essence of heaven and earth in the heaven realm was really thick. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed. With a thought, the essence of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards him. He guided the essence of heaven and earth to enter his body and gradually cleanse himself of the mortal world's aura. Shaoqing, Heian, and Balon were also cultivating. They did not want to attract other people's attention. They were very careful. This was the heaven realm. Who knew if the heaven realm was a world where mighty figures were lowly and immortals were as lowly as dogs? Time disappeared and the city gradually calmed down. The residents of the city gradually went to rest. A bright moon rose and hung high in the sky outside the window. From time to time, a cool breeze blew in from the window. The breeze ruffled Gu Fei's hair. Gu Fei's cultivation was higher than Shaoqing and the others by one heaven realm. In the middle of the night, he was the first to wake up from his meditation. Then, he got off the bed and went to the window. The hazy moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. The moon here seemed to be no different from the moon in the mortal world. However, this was the heaven realm. It was the holy land that all the cultivators in the mortal world yearned for. But in Gu Fei's eyes, this holy land was no different. However, although the power of heaven and earth here was very stable, it could be easily guided by cultivators. Cultivating in the heaven realm would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Gu Fei looked up at the moon. As his thoughts drifted, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. There was not a single sound. Not even the barking of a dog could be heard. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This city was a bit unusual. Gu Fei released his divine sense and scanned the entire city. Then, he was shocked again. Everyone in the city was actually sleeping soundly. This was simply impossible. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei jumped out of the window and flew into the sky. He flew above the city and looked down. He saw that the streets and houses were silent. This absolute silence made Gu Fei feel a strong pressure. From the mountains and forests outside the city, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. However, not a single sound could be heard in the city. It was too strange. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows flashed. Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan all appeared beside Gu Fei. At this time, they had finally washed away the aura of the mortal world. They were all shocked and confused. They didn't know what was going on. Big brother, how did this city become like this? Little Qing asked. At this time, it was late at night. However, even in the middle of the night, the entire city would not be so quiet. Suddenly, Gu Fei sensed something and turned around to look at the bright moon in the sky. That is, at the moment when he turned around, Gu Fei vaguely saw a blurry figure disappear into the bright moon. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't sense any powerful cultivator's aura, nor were there any demonic creatures causing trouble. However, the entire city's people and even the animals were in a deep sleep. This city seemed to have some kind of power that caused everyone in the city, including the animals, to fall into a deep sleep. At this time, even if they were cut into pieces, they wouldn't feel anything, much less wake up. Everyone looked at Tian. This guy had a mysterious origin. When Daoist Ziyang saw his appearance, he was almost scared to death. This guy might know something. Why are you all looking at me? Tian asked. You don't know? Xiaoqing asked. Tian was the most untrustworthy person. Mahakala was confused. He asked, what do I know? Forget it. Gu Fei sensed that the people in the city were only in a deep sleep. There was no danger, so he flew down from the sky and entered the inn. Xiaoqing, Balan, and Tian also returned to the inn. A snoring sound came from the little fatty's room. Even a demigod like the little fatty was in a deep sleep. This shocked Gu Fei and the others. Only those in the immortal realm and above would be unaffected. Just what kind of power was causing this mischief? Gu Fei didn't know. Xiaoqing, Balan, and Tian didn't know either. However, no one knew whether Tian was playing dumb or not. Gu Fei returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. Although he was meditating, he released a strand of divine sense to pay attention to the outside world. This fallen moon city was too strange. He didn't dare to take it lightly. However, it was strange. At daybreak, the people in the city woke up from their deep sleep and began a new day of life. Gu Fei couldn't understand why the people in the city would all fall into a deep sleep at night. When they woke up the next day, it seemed like nothing had happened. What kind of city was this? Gu Fei and the others went to the second floor of the inn and sat by the window facing the street. They ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine and ate like mortals. They carefully paid attention to the conversations of the people inside, but strangely, in these people's conversations, it seemed that no one talked about what happened at night. Could it be that no one noticed anything strange at night? Chapter 1001. This person, Gu Fei's pupils shrank the moment he saw the blue-robed scholar. He sensed a powerful yet obscure aura from the other party. It was obvious that this scholar was an expert. In fact, he was even an expert who was not weaker than him. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. At this time, the other party also noticed Gu Fei's group. Then, the young scholar revealed an obvious look of astonishment. He could tell that Gu Fei's group was not ordinary, so he was very surprised. The scholar paused at the top of the stairs for a while, then walked directly towards Gu Fei's group. "Brothers, may I have a seat?" The young scholar's face was like jade. He was definitely a lady killer and could definitely charm thousands of girls. "Sit if you want." Gu Fei glanced at the young scholar and said expressionlessly, "Hee hee, thank you very much." The young scholar sat down at the table where Gu Fei's group was seated. Then, he called the bartender over and ordered another set of chopsticks and bowls. Ever since he became an immortal, Gu Fei had completely lost interest in the food of the mortal world. At his cultivation level, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. No one had ever seen an immortal starve to death. This young scholar was quite interesting. Since no one invited him, he just poured himself a cup and drank by himself, sweeping away all the food and wine in front of Gu Fei and the others like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds and entering his stomach. Gu Fei looked at the young scholar calmly and didn't say anything. When Shaoqing, Tian, and Balan saw that Gu Fei didn't say anything, they also endured it. They wanted to see what this guy wanted and what his purpose was. "I am Chu Luqing. May I know how to address you?" After the young scholar ate and drank to his heart's content, he cupped his hands and asked Gu Fei's group, "Your surname is Chu?" Erebus could not help but frown. "My surname is Chu. Could it be that this brother has heard of my name before?" The young scholar, Chu Luqing, said in a complacent manner, "Fei my ass." Tian cursed in his heart, but said, "You look very similar to a bastard I know. Who is Chu Liuxiang to you?" "Chu Liuxiang? That's my ancestor. I didn't expect you to know of my ancestor's fame. It's really rare." Chu Luqing was delighted. "Motherf asterisk Ker, you're actually the descendant of that perverted Chu. No wonder I wanted to beat you up the moment I saw you." Tian glared at him and said. Hearing that, the smile on Chu Luqing's face froze. "This, brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. My ancestor was a Casanova in ancient times. He's not the perverted Chu that you're talking about. If I say that he's a perverted Chu, then he's a perverted Chu. Is he dead? If he's not dead, tell him to wash his neck and wait for me to chop it off." Tian said angrily. He seemed to have a deep hatred for Chu Liuxiang. Hey, you're slandering my ancestor's reputation. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander." Chu Luqing couldn't help but get angry when he heard Tian calling his ancestor a perverted Chu. "Humph! Who's afraid of who? Come out and fight me if you have the guts." Saying that, Tian jumped out of the window and soared into the sky, flying out of the city. "Let's fight one-on-one." Chu Luqing was also enraged. Disregarding everything else, he leaped out of the window and turned into a gust of wind, chasing after my Tian. "It's an immortal. An immortal is actually eating in my shop." Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper couldn't help but be shocked. The other customers were also surprised and happy to see this. Some people even directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gu Fei. This was the heaven realm, where immortals were not extinct. Therefore, the mortals here were even more in awe of immortals. This was the last thing Gu Fei wanted to see. He quickly jumped out of the window and soared into the sky, chasing after Tian and the others. Deep in the mountains outside Luoyue City, there was a strong fluctuation of magic power. Tian and the descendant of Chu Liuxiang, Chu Luqing, were really fighting. In this small Luoyue City, they actually met the descendant of the legendary sage of love, Chu Liuxiang. This was something that Gu Fei and the others could never have imagined. Chu Luqing yearned for his ancestor the most. His ancestor, Chu Liuxiang, was his idol. Since childhood, he had been determined to become an extraordinary man like his ancestor. Even the invincible woman sage favored him. How could Chu Luqing not be angry when Tian slandered his ancestor? These two guys, Gu Fei and the others, stood in the sky, watching the two people fighting in front of them. They couldn't help but shake their heads. The two seemed to be evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Wherever they passed, the mountains collapsed and the ground caved in. The area was in chaos. In the end, the two guys actually wrestled with each other, completely losing the bearing of experts. Heian didn't use his holy weapon. The two of them rolled on the ground. Sometimes, Heian rode on Chu Luqing and punched Chu Luqing's head and face. Sometimes, Chu Luqing pressed Heian under his body and punched Heian's chest a few times. Gu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to them and didn't stop them. This battle could be said to be thrilling and exciting. Shaoqing, Balon, and the little fatty were beaming with joy, their eyes shining. Monkey steals peach? Heian is such a wicked guy. As he tumbled, Erebus actually used an unparalleled divine technique. The monkey steals the peach that had worked every time, and he really did manage to steal it. Chu Luqing immediately squealed like a pig being slaughtered. I'll pinch, I'll pinch, I'll pinch, I'll crush your balls. Let's see how you'll show mercy then. Heian squeezed with all his might, but the balls of a mysterious transformation realm immortal king couldn't be crushed. As Chu Luqing squealed like a pig being slaughtered, he also used ruthless moves. He stabbed his eyes, picked his nose, pulled his hair, and all kinds of unimaginable methods were used. In the end, Heian finally couldn't bear such a terrifying killing move and let go of the peach he stole. Chu Luqing rolled and crawled away. It's a pity that I didn't crush his balls, Heian said to himself. Gu Fei and the others were speechless when they heard this. This guy was a complete ruffian. He actually used such a ruffian divine skill. Gu Fei and the others felt embarrassed. Old Hei, I didn't expect you to have this skill, Shaoqing said with a smile. This is the way to deal with this kind of perverted thief, Heian said disapprovingly. Unfortunately, although he squeezed with all his might, he didn't crush it in the end. Even so, it was enough for Chu Luqing to endure. After a while, the unlucky fellow who almost had his peach stolen stood up from the ground in a wobbly manner. Again. This time, I'll crush it. Heian was about to rush forward again. All right. At this time, Gu Fei finally spoke. Heian was too much of a bastard, and Chu Luqing was a self-proclaimed romantic guy. In fact, he was also a bad guy. When he fought, it was like he was a completely different person. Seeing Gu Fei speak, Heian stopped. Gu Fei came in front of Chu Luqing and said, Brother Chu, are you okay? Chu Luqing's hands covered his crotch. His legs were still trembling. It was painful. His balls were almost crushed by Heian's peach-stealing hand. I'm fine. Chu Luqing's voice was trembling. It would take him a while to recover. Heian's move was too ruthless. It almost made Chu Luqing a eunuch. Chapter 1002. Back in Luoyue City, Gu Fei went to Chu Luqing's residence. It was a courtyard, which was taken care of by an old servant. In the courtyard, there were several osmanthus trees, which were the most common in Luoyue City. Under the trees, there was a stone table and a few stone benches. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were sitting around the stone table. Heian and Chu Luqing were still staring at each other from time to time. If it were not for Gu Fei's suppression, these two guys would have fought again. Gu Fei did not want to see that kind of battle again. Brother Chu, with your identity, how could you stay in such a small city? Gu Fei said. At this time, the old servant brought fragrant tea. Gu Fei picked up a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. The tea turned into a trace of spiritual energy and was absorbed by his body. Gu Fei could not help but look at the cup of tea in his hand, only to see one or two pieces of unknown green floating in the cup. You haven't said why you stay here. Aren't you determined to become a thief? This is a very promising career, Heian said in a muffled voice. When Chu Luqing heard this, a few black lines suddenly appeared on the top of his head, and he glared at Heian. 10,000 years ago, there was a legendary miracle of the moon deities in Luoyue City. Some people said that the legendary palace of the moon deities may be nearby. What? When Heian heard this, he almost jumped up. Everyone could not help but look at him as if they were looking at a monster. This guy's reaction was too big. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed slightly, but no one noticed the change in Gu Fei. This guy's reaction was so intense. Did he know about the moon deity's palace? The moon deities were goddesses from the same era as the Supreme Tao Ancestor and other Supreme Tao saints. They lived in the moon palace on the moon and did not descend to the mortal world. However, Gu Fei still knew about the legends of the moon deities. In the mortal realm, there was a festival to worship the moon deities. On that day, the people of the mortal realm would make a type of food called mooncakes. In the late period of the untainted land, the world changed greatly. Could it be that even the moon deities living in the moon palace were affected? What had happened back then? According to Chu Lu Qing, the moon deities had disappeared for countless years, but left behind a moon palace. In this moon palace, there was the inheritance of the moon deities. The legend of the moon deities' palace had been circulating in the heaven realm, but no one could find such a palace. It was said that even the Emperor Xian and the god emperors had sent people to search for it, but to no avail. But now, this Chu Lu Qing seemed to know something, and then he lived in seclusion in Luoyue City for 300 years. How did a person like him spend these 300 years? It was really hard to imagine. Why did you tell us such a big secret of the world? Gu Fei thought for a moment and then asked. This guy was definitely not so kind. He must have some ulterior motives. I haven't wasted these 300 years. I have a rough idea of where the moon god's forgotten palace is located. However, I don't have the strength to go there alone. Chu Lu Qing said such words. It turns out that you want us to be your cannon fodder. In your dreams. When He Tian heard this, he was immediately unhappy. He could tell that Chu Lu Qing was definitely not a good guy. Well, if you want to get something, you must pay first. I think everyone is very clear about this truth, Chu Lu Qing said disapprovingly. His attitude was very clear. He believed that Gu Fei and others were also very clear that he wanted them to be cannon fodder. Chu Lu Qing did not hide his motives. Boss, you really don't believe this guy's nonsense, do you? This guy is unreliable. He Tian saw that Gu Fei was thinking after hearing Chu Lu Qing's words, so he could not help but say. Gu Fei looked at He Tian and did not speak. After thinking for a while, he said, if it is the real moon deity's palace, it is worth exploring. If it is not true, then the consequences will be very serious. Gu Fei's last words made Chu Lu Qing shiver uncontrollably. Big brother, are we really going to explore the moon deity's palace? Xiao Qing asked. He was very unhappy that he still wanted to go even though he knew that he would be used as cannon fodder. Although we are cannon fodder, we may turn this guy into cannon fodder at any time. Don't worry, Gu Fei said to Xiao Qing through voice transmission. Chu Lu Qing did not know the depth of Gu Fei and others. He also did not know that Gu Fei and others had holy weapons, and Gu Fei even had an extreme holy weapon. They even dared to go to the ancient world of antiquity. Could it be that the legendary moon deity's palace was more terrible than the ancient world of antiquity? Although Xiao Qing knew what Gu Fei was thinking, he still tried to dissuade him. He Tian also helped to persuade him. However, Gu Fei seemed to be determined to go to the moon deity's palace. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balan all showed a helpless look. Chapter 1003. 3 days later, on a dark and windy night, Gu Fei's group met up with Chu Lu Qing outside Luoyue City. Then, they rode the moonlight and headed east. Luoyue City was located in a mountain range. It was like an isolated city. The city closest to Luoyue City was a city controlled by the profound Heaven Holy Land. Gu Fei's group was located in the eastern region of the Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm was simply too big. There were 5 Emperor Xian and 4 God Emperors, and this was only in name. Who knew how many more forces were hidden in the dark? The profound Heaven Holy Land was in the east. However, even with the power of the profound Heaven Holy Land, it could only control a radius of 5 million kilometers. The entire east was far more than that. The profound Heaven Holy Land's territory only occupied less than 1/10 of the entire east. The area where Luoyue City was located was too remote. In name, it was the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land. However, the profound Heaven Holy Land did not send anyone to manage this city. There were many places like this that even the super forces could not manage in the entire east. Soon, Gu Fei's group appeared 10,000 kilometers away. They arrived in the depths of a mountain range. This place was very strange. At a glance, not a single blade of grass grew. The ground was black, and no plants could grow here. The entire land seemed to have been burned by heavenly fire. When Gu Fei's group entered this strange area, they immediately felt a strange fluctuation. An unfathomable power actually enveloped this strange area. What is this place? Gu Fei whispered to Chu Luqing. This place was too strange. It made him feel a trace of unease. This is the buried moonland. Chu Luqing did not hide it. Buried moonland? When He Tian heard this, he almost had the urge to punch Chu Luqing. The buried moonland was extremely dangerous because the laws of heaven and earth here were extremely chaotic. This was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Legend had it that the moon fell from the sky and formed it. No wonder this fellow did not dare to come alone. Even if Emperor Xian and the God Emperor came here personally, they would have a headache, not to mention others. Swoosh. At this moment, Shaoqing stepped on a mark on the ground that was darker than the rest. In an instant, a pitch-black killing light rushed out from under Shaoqing's feet. Roar! Shaoqing roared and retreated without thinking. However, it was too late. The black killing light flashed past Shaoqing's side, and a small part of Shaoqing's left arm fell off. Shaoqing, young master. Gu Fei and Balon immediately turned pale with fright. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly punched out, directly shattering the pitch-black killing light and pulling Shaoqing back. Roar! Shaoqing roared. There was no blood flowing out from where his arm was cut off. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty, and the muscles and tendons in the wound were growing rapidly. In just an instant, Shaoqing's left arm was completely restored. The flesh and tendons were regenerated, and it was as if he had never been injured. The heaven and earth energy here is extremely chaotic. Be careful. He Tian's expression became incomparably solemn. The dangers of the buried moonland were truly unpredictable. Seeing that Shaoqing was fine, Gu Fei was relieved. If anything happened to Shaoqing, Chu Luqing would be buried together with Shaoqing. All of you, follow behind me. Gu Fei did not want Shaoqing and the others to be in danger. Moreover, his physical body was comparable to an emperor divine weapon. Even if he encountered any danger, he would be able to protect his life. Chu Luqing also hid behind Gu Fei, and everyone rolled their eyes at him. Chu Luqing had never entered the buried moonland before because he knew that it was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Even if Emperor Xian came, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape unscathed, let alone Chu Luqing. At this time, Shaoqing and the others no longer hid. A golden divine light rushed out from Shaoqing's forehead, and a golden pagoda appeared in the golden light. The pagoda had 9 floors, and in each floor, there seemed to be a golden world, emitting a vast and terrifying aura, causing Chu Luqing's soul to tremble. This is, Chu Luqing's eyes bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. This was definitely an imperial weapon, a saint weapon refined by Emperor Xian and the God Emperor. A divine light also rushed out from the top of He Tian's and Balon's heads, and a huge star appeared above He Tian's head, emitting rays of starlight, protecting He Tian. As for Balon, a divine pearl like a small sun rushed out from the top of his head, emitting boundless heat, causing Chu Luqing to feel as if he was placed in an oven, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Chu Luqing was completely stunned. Shock was no longer enough to describe his current state of mind. 3 imperial weapons. Who were these people? Could it be that these fellows had been pretending to be weak all along? Could it be that a few descendants of Emperor Xian and the God Emperor were traveling with imperial weapons, and he had bumped into them? This time, he was really out of luck. He wanted others to be cannon fodder, but in the end, he would be the one to be cannon fodder. If not for the fact that he had already entered the burial moon grounds, Chu Luqing would have long since fled. This time, his efforts had really gone to someone else's benefit. In the heaven realm, almighty saint weapons were known as imperial weapons, and they were second only to extreme saint weapons. Chu Luqing didn't know that the almighty saint weapons on Gu Fei and the others didn't come from the heaven realm, but from the lower realm. However, to Chu Luqing, this didn't make any difference. Under the pressure of the imperial weapons, Chu Luqing was trembling with fear, and he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. It was impossible for other cultivators to exist in the buried moonland, because the heaven and earth energy here was extremely chaotic, and there were dangers everywhere. Moreover, these dangers weren't fixed in one place. This was also the reason why Chu Luqing would rather stay in Luoyue City for 300 years than figure out the way to enter the buried moonland. Otherwise, he would have entered the buried moonland a long time ago. One must know that the lost palace of the moon deities was a fatal temptation to every cultivator. Even Emperor Xian and the God Emperor would covet it, and they would think of ways to find it. The moon deities was a female saint who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the extreme saint weapon, so the inheritance left behind was definitely an extreme saint weapon. If the lost palace of the moon deities were to appear, the entire heaven realm would be in turmoil. Gu Fei didn't use the extreme saint weapon, because now wasn't the time. He wanted to test how far he could go in the buried moonland without using the saint weapon. He took the first step, and nothing happened. He took the second step, and nothing happened. He took the third step. Gu Fei walked step by step towards the depths of the buried moonland. He was walking very slowly, so Shaoqing and the others behind him also walked very slowly. The buried moonland was really strange. They seemed to have entered a different world, and an unfathomable power shrouded this terrifying region. Swish! After Gu Fei walked for a few hundred meters, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Like a destructive ray of death, it strangled Gu Fei's waist. The appearance of the spatial crack came without any warning. It appeared just like that, causing Gu Fei's heart to beat wildly. He then directly pressed his palm forward. Bang! The void trembled. The void in front of Gu Fei's palm had been pierced through by his palm. The spatial crack that was heading towards him had also disappeared into the void. Even Gu Fei was shocked. The void of the heavenly realm was extremely stable. Even the immortal emperor and Shen King couldn't break it with their emperor weapons. The power displayed by Gu Fei's palm strike was definitely not comparable to the full force attack of an immortal emperor or a god emperor who used their emperor weapons. However, he had penetrated a part of the void. This could only mean that the void of the buried moonland was different from other places. It was like a world of its own. It was really unbelievable. Gu Fei discovered that the void he had penetrated was actually very difficult to repair. He had no choice but to change his path. He took a detour around the shattered void in front of him and continued forward. One couldn't help but admit that the buried moonland was really too strange. Several hours had passed, but Gu Fei and the others had only advanced a few dozen li. However, during this time, Gu Fei, who was walking at the front, had actually encountered danger over 1,000 times. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died countless times. There was one time when Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was actually sent out of the buried moonland by an unknown force. This scared Chu Luqing half to death. If something happened to Gu Fei, they would probably be trapped in this infamous ominous place. The buried moonland was harder to travel than any ominous place. It was not a place that humans could set foot in. The chaotic energy of the heavens and earth formed countless dangers. A single wrong step could cost one their life. Chapter 1004. When a huge cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's body, Chu Luqing was petrified. It was a divine weapon of the extreme path, a legendary divine weapon of the extreme path. How many years had it been since a divine weapon of the extreme path appeared in the heaven realm? Who were these people? These guys definitely had a great background. Could it be the bloodline of the legendary divine weapon of the extreme path? Thinking of this, Chu Luqing was completely convinced. It was already shocking enough that 3 imperial weapons appeared at the same time, and now there was a divine weapon of the extreme path. Cauldron of mountains and rivers? Chu Luqing stammered. This ancient cauldron seemed to have come from a primitive world, exuding a vast and ancient aura. On the body of the cauldron, there were birds and beasts, which were scenes from ancient times. Traces of primordial chaos lingered around the cauldron. Chu Luqing felt that his soul was trembling. The cauldron of mountains and rivers was under Gu Fei's control. Although it only revealed a trace of its aura, it was able to completely intimidate Chu Luqing. If Gufei did not control the cauldron of mountains and rivers and let the cauldron's aura spread out, just the aura released by the cauldron of mountains and rivers would be enough to kill Chu Luqing countless times. Let's go. The cauldron of mountains and rivers floated above Gu Fei's head. Traces of primordial chaos chi fell down and enveloped him, and he continued to walk forward. Shaoqing, Balon, and He Tian followed. Chu Luqing wanted to take a step forward, but he found that his legs were trembling. He tried hard to take a step forward, but he could not. Why aren't you following me? Shaoqing turned back and said to Chu Luqing. The cauldron of mountains and rivers could suppress mountains and rivers, and was the nemesis of a dangerous place. If Chu Luqing did not follow, the chaotic power of heaven and earth suppressed by the cauldron of mountains and rivers would once again form a terrible danger, making it difficult for Chu Luqing to move. Hee, my legs are weak. At this time, He Tian also noticed that Chu Luqing did not follow up. With one look, he saw Chu Luqing's sorry state. It was unknown if this guy really had a grudge with that Casanova from the ancient times, but he couldn't stand the sight of Chu Luqing, the descendant of the Casanova, and always found fault with him. Chu Luqing's face turned red. He was too ashamed to show his face. This was too shameful. But what could he do? That was an extreme Dao Saint artifact. Even if Emperor Xian and the God Emperor were here, they would still have to face it. Brother Qing, Brother Balon, please help him. He Tian looked at Chu Luqing with disdain. When Shaoqing saw Chu Luqing's appearance, he seemed to have lost his soul because of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. He had no choice but to walk forward, grab Chu Luqing, and carry him on his shoulder. At this time, Chu Luqing wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground and hide in it. You're like a woman, and you still want to be a pervert? Can you do it? He Tian continued to insult Chu Luqing, but Chu Luqing did not make a sound. It was as if there was a dog barking beside him, and he ignored He Tian's incessant sarcasm. The burial moonland was terrifying because the power of heaven and earth here was extremely chaotic, forming all kinds of terrifying dangers that could kill immortals and gods. The cauldron of mountains and rivers could shake the heavens and earth, and it could stabilize a part of the universe. Within a radius of 300 meters around Gu Fei and the others, all the chaotic power of heaven and earth was suppressed. Wherever Gu Fei and the others went, the dangerous place that even Emperor Xian and the God Emperor would be afraid of became a broad road. This was something that no one had expected. If he had known, Gu Fei would have used the cauldron of mountains and rivers long ago. When Chu Luqing saw this scene, he was also dumbfounded. In his heart, he already deeply regretted bringing Gu Fei and the others to the buried moon grounds. If they really found the moon god remnant palace, he would most likely have nothing to do with it. He wanted to scheme against Gu Fei and the others and use Gu Fei and the others as cannon fodder, but he never expected that he would lose himself. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Gu Fei strode forward. He Tian, Balon, and Shaoqing, who was carrying Chu Luqing, followed closely behind him. They did not dare to go too far. If they left the void sealed by the extreme saint artifact, they would still be in danger even if they had a saint artifact to protect them. The burial moonland was very evil and strange. The ground was burnt by the heavenly fire, and it was pitch black. There were no plants in sight, and it was a place that was completely devoid of life. The pitch-black ground was incomparably sturdy and cold. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped. Little Qing and the others behind him were immediately startled and hurriedly looked forward. This glance did not matter, but it caused them to be shocked once again. Several hundred meters in front of them, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. In the depths of the burial moonland, there was actually a person sitting cross-legged. They could only see his back, and they were unable to see his appearance. However, this was enough to shock them to the extreme. One had to know that this was the burial moonland, one of the most dangerous places in the world. The chaotic energy of the world made this place seem like a world of its own. This was a world of death. The chaotic energy of the world interweaved with each other, creating all sorts of unimaginable dangers. It was as if countless terrifying dangers had been laid down, waiting for someone to barge in at any time. Gu Fei was only able to enter the depths of the burial moonland because he possessed the mountain and river cauldron. However, the figure sitting on the ground with his back facing them did not give off any aura or ripples of life. To be able to enter the depths of the burial moonland with his own strength and cultivation, this person was definitely a terrifying existence. Could it be? Everyone couldn't help but exchange glances. Then, Gu Fei carefully walked forward step by step. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head, and rays of chaotic divine light were faintly discernible. As long as something was amiss, the mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head would immediately suppress it. Even if you were the Emperor Xian or the God Emperor, you probably wouldn't dare to go head-on against an extreme sacred weapon. 300 meters, no problem. 600 meters, no problem. As the distance between them shortened, Gu Fei and the others became incomparably nervous. To be able to enter the depths of the burial moonland, this person was at least an existence comparable to the God Emperor and Emperor Xian. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme sacred weapon, he wouldn't be a match for such a person. 300 meters, still no problem. The person in front of them was still motionless, as if he had truly died. Gu Fei and the others didn't sense any signs of life. It's a corpse? He Tian asked in bewilderment. A huge star floated above his head, emitting rays of starlight that protected him, causing his entire body to flicker with starlight. Even with their spiritual senses, they couldn't sense any signs of life from the person in front of them. Perhaps the person in front of them had truly died a long time ago. Chapter 1005. How is this possible? Why would anyone dare to barge into the depths of the burial moon grounds? Chu Luqing was also stunned. He had been planning to enter the burial moon grounds for 300 years. During these 300 years, he had been tempted to enter the burial moon grounds several times, but he had never dared to take that step at a critical juncture. Kid, you're still too young. Nothing is impossible in this world. Gu Fei couldn't help but mock Chu Luqing when he heard him mutter to himself, "Damn it, this young master has already lived for 1,500 years. How dare you say that I'm too young?" Chu Luqing's face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. "You have the strength to speak now? Then you can leave by yourself," Xiaoqing said as he threw Chu Luqing, who was on his shoulder, to the ground. This throw caused Chu Luqing to shriek in pain. His cultivation base was completely suppressed by the extreme path sacred weapon. Right now, Chu Luqing was just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan all had almighty sacred weapons to protect them, so they weren't suppressed by the terrifying aura emitted by the mountain and river cauldron. Even so, they still felt as though 100,000 ancient sacred mountains were pressing down on their heads, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Is this really a corpse? Gu Fei walked over doubtfully. This was the corpse of a skinny old man. His entire body was ice-cold and lifeless. He had already passed away in a seated posture. His dry skin stuck tightly to his bones, making him look like a skeleton draped in a layer of human skin. Everyone stepped forward and secretly heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this situation. Gu Fei and the others were about to continue advancing into the depths of the burial moon grounds when something suddenly happened. The motionless corpse sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Swish! 2 beams of demonic bloody light shot out of the corpse's eyes. The 2 eye sockets were completely red, as though 2 vast seas of blood were surging within. Oh no! Gu Fei took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. Everyone felt their hair stand on end, and they were all terrified. No one had expected things to turn out like this. It's a zombie. Chu Luqing was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Coward! He Tian still didn't forget to insult Chu Luqing. Who? The mummy leaped up from the ground and stretched out its skinny arms, aiming for Gu Fei's chest. Black light shot out from its 10 fingers. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered and punched out with his right fist. Although it was an ordinary punch, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others behind Gu Fei felt a suffocating pressure the moment he punched out. Pung! Gu Fei's right fist landed on the mummy's claws. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the mummy's arms twisted strangely. Both of its arms were broken by Gu Fei's punch, and the mummy was sent flying. Gu Fei's physique was unparalleled in this world. Roar! A shrill roar resounded in the air as the mummy charged at Huang Xiaolong again. This time, a demonic aura surged out from the mummy's body. It was like corpse chi, but at the same time, there was a devilish nature to it. Demonic corpse, this is a demonic corpse. He Tian suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief as if he had seen something unbelievable. Demonic corpse? Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. What was this thing? Could it be a demonic object cultivated by a demonic corpse that gained sentience? There were members of the corpse race in the Hell Path, but there were no demonic corpses with demonic nature. If there was a demonic corpse, it would be the great Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian who was sealed in the Hell Path by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously scanned the surroundings. Boom! Mahakala made his move. A huge star smashed forward, exuding a vast and boundless power of the stars, directly smashing the demon corpse that was pouncing over into pieces. Roar! 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 Right after He Tian destroyed the demonic corpse, a series of shrill and terrifying roars rang out in the surroundings, as if there were countless evil spirits howling, causing one's hair to stand on end. Shit! He Tian's face paled, and Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. There seemed to be countless demonic corpses approaching them. What should we do? Xiaoqing asked. At this time, it was already daytime, but the land of the buried moon was still shrouded in darkness. Visibility was low, and even Gu Fei couldn't see very far. Shua! A yin-yang divine eye appeared in the center of He Tian's brows, growing wider. Yin and yang qi revolved around it as the divine eye pierced through the void. I saw a devil sovereign, He Tian said solemnly. Inside the yin-yang divine eye, yin and yang energy intertwined with the aura of the great Tao. It could see through all illusions, pointing straight to the source. Roar! A demonic corpse enshrouded in demonic qi broke through the dark mist, pouncing towards Gu Fei's group. Corpse qi and demonic qi intertwined, forming a unique energy that could be called the power of demonic corpses. Pong! Gu Fei directly punched out, smashing the demonic corpse that was pouncing over into pieces. Pitch-black corpse blood splattered everywhere, and traces of black smoke rose from the ground. The ice-cold ground was corroded by the corpse blood. When Gu Fei and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although these demonic corpses weren't powerful, they themselves were very terrifying. The ground of the land of the buried moon was as hard as divine iron. If these demonic corpses could corrode even Emperor divine weapons, then the corpse blood of these demonic corpses could corrode them. Shua! 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 Terrifying figures with corpse chi and demonic chi appeared near Gu Fei's group. Blood-colored demonic eyes flickered in the dusky sky, making one's scalp go numb. It's that devil sovereign controlling these demonic creatures. The yin-yang divine eye in the center of He Tian's brows opened and closed, flashing with yin-yang divine light. A devil sovereign can actually enter the land of the buried moon. I actually didn't notice. Chu Luqing was horrified. He had been waiting for 300 years, but someone had already entered the land of the buried moon. Could it be that the demons had already discovered the location of the palace of the moon deities? How was this possible? The surrounding demonic corpses didn't attack Gu Fei's group. Instead, they gathered from all directions, surrounding Gu Fei's group. The surrounding area was suddenly filled with demonic qi, and the aura of death soared into the sky. What the hell? Everyone was bewildered. They didn't know what the hidden devil sovereign's goal was. Even Gu Fei couldn't catch a trace of that devil sovereign. Only He Tian's yin-yang divine eye could see through the void and reach the source. Only then could he capture a trace of that devil sovereign's aura and see the figure of that devil sovereign in a flash. Chapter 1006. This was a group of demons that seemed to have crawled out from the depths of hell. Their deep roars caused one's scalp to go numb. The yin-yang divine eye on He Tian's glabella flickered constantly. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and the aura of the great Tao circulated. The yin-yang divine I could see through the void, looking into the nothingness and straight to the origin. However, the demon emperor was too cunning. He didn't appear again, and no one knew where he was hiding. To be able to go deep into the burial moonland, the demon emperor was definitely not an ordinary demon. He was probably not far from the almighty demons. The other party was definitely not an almighty demons, because if the other party was an almighty demons, there was no need for him to hide in the dark, and he could directly kill Gu Fei and the others. Which scoundrel is this? Hiding your head but showing your tail. Do you dare to come out and fight? Gu Fei shouted sternly. His voice spread far and wide, suppressing the roaring demonic corpses in the surroundings. I'm afraid that guy is just like this kid, a good-for-nothing. Hei Tian said disdainfully. Although his voice wasn't loud, it still spread far. In the dark world, only Gu Fei and Hei Tian's words echoed. No one answered, and no one came out. The demon emperor didn't seem to have any intention of showing up. Scoundrel indeed, Xiaoqing also said. However, no matter how everyone tried to provoke the demon emperor, who was hiding in the dark and controlling the group of demonic corpses, didn't show up. This made Gu Fei and the others a little surprised. If that's the case, we don't need to waste time with this scoundrel, Xiaoqing said. Then, the 9-story golden pagoda floating above his head began to vibrate. Buzz. Within the 9-story golden pagoda, there seemed to be 9 golden worlds evolving. The power of the great Tao was vast and mighty. Then, in the 9-story pagoda, each level shot out rays of golden divine light. The golden divine light pierced through the void, shattered the world, and shot out in all directions. The countless demonic corpses in the surroundings were instantly cut down like grass. Clang! The huge star above Hei Tian's head was also vibrating. Endless starlight condensed into swords of stars, like thousands of divine weapons being unsheathed. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, causing the entire void to tremble. Swoosh! 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 Under Hei Tian's control, the thousands of starlight swords hovering above Hei Tian's head shot out in all directions, cutting the void into thousands of pieces. The astral swords cut through everything, and a large number of demonic corpses in the vicinity collapsed once again. Some demonic corpses were even directly cut into pieces by the astral swords. Pitch-black corpse blood corroded the ground, causing it to become full of craters and black smoke to rise continuously. In the face of the almighty holy weapon, these demonic corpses were useless no matter how many there were. Boom! The fire burned the sky. Balan activated the sun god orb, and the endless fire immediately enveloped the entire sky. Fire dragons rushed out of the sea of fire in the sky, devouring everything. Countless fiend corpses were burned to ashes by the sun divine fire. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying demonic howl came from afar. Then, some demonic corpses that had not been killed immediately retreated in the direction of the howl. Xiaoqing, Hei Tian, and Balan made their move. Almost all the surrounding demonic corpses were destroyed, and only a few terrifying demonic corpses pushed into the depths of the buried moonland. Those demonic corpses were extraordinary. They seemed to have been refined into demonic corpses after the fall of an almighty. Such a being turned into a demonic being was extremely terrifying. Even the might of an almighty holy weapon couldn't kill them. The buried moonland was filled with dangers, and those demonic corpses could come and go as they pleased. It was truly frightening. No one knew if the demon king hiding in the dark had already found the palace of the moon deities in the buried moonland. The palace of the moon deities was the palace of the extreme Tao scientists on the moon deities. Everyone was envious of it, including the demons. Let's go. Gu Fei led the chase. He couldn't let the demons get to the palace of the moon deities first. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron on his head, suppressing the void between heaven and earth. In the buried moonland, it was as if there was no one there. Xiaoqing, Hei Tian, Balan, and Chu Luqing, who was determined to become a pervert, all followed closely behind Gu Fei. Chu Luqing didn't have an almighty holy weapon to protect him. His cultivation was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. However, his immortal king physique was also very tough. Otherwise, in the battle with He Tian that day, his balls would have been crushed by He Tian. Chu Luqing withstood the boundless pressure and followed behind everyone. Those terrifying demonic corpses were emitting vast death qi and demonic qi. They were the best targets. Gu Fei and the others were fearless and had no scruples as they chased after them. Shaoqing and the others' almighty holy weapons emitted divine light that illuminated the dusky sky. On the other hand, Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron was shrouded in primordial chaos qi and didn't emit any divine light. That is, suddenly, Gu Fei stopped. They had already chased for dozens of li. Suddenly, a dilapidated building appeared in front of them. It was a dilapidated small city. Those terrifying demonic corpses with surging death qi directly entered the dilapidated small city. The sky above the small city was shrouded in a layer of demonic qi. How is this possible? When Chu Luqing saw the small city in front of him, his eyes widened in shock. How could there be a city in the buried moonland? Legend has it that the buried moonland was formed when a divine moon fell from the 9 heavens and destroyed a region. The buried moonland was tens of thousands of li wide and was a land of death that exterminated all life. Even the 5 heavenly realms Emperor Xian and the 4 god emperors were unwilling to set foot there. However, this Chu Luqing found all kinds of clues and found out that the moon deity's palace was in the depths of the buried moonland. Thus, he waited in the fallen moon city for 300 years. For a guy who was determined to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors and become a Casanova, this was absolutely unimaginable. However, he endured it. The dilapidated small city wasn't big, only a few li wide. However, it was like a terrifying demonic beast was lurking inside. The vast demonic qi that emanated from the small city made one's heart palpitate. Swoosh! He Tian directly opened his yin-yang divine eyes and scanned the demonic city in front of him. He Tian suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and fiercely grabbed his forehead. A trace of blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. His yin-yang divine eyes had suffered an attack, and there was an unfathomable power enveloping the demonic city in front of him. Even He Tian's yin-yang divine eyes couldn't see into the small city. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. One had to know that He Tian's divine eyes could see through everything, and see the origin of all things. Rumble. Chapter 1007. Rumble. The demon city was shaking, and so were Gu Fei and the others. The chaotic heaven and earth energy of the buried moonland was suppressed by the demon city. A terrifying demonic energy was spreading. Thick demonic clouds covered the sky above the demon city, and they fell from the sky, enveloping the entire demon city. The demon city was only a few miles in radius, but it gave people a feeling as if they were facing a huge demon mountain. Gu Fei and the others felt a strong pressure. Could it be? At this time, He Tian had already recovered. Looking at the small city that was submerged in demonic energy, he seemed to have thought of something, but he wasn't sure. His yin-yang godly eye had been attacked, and there was a bloody wound between his eyebrows that couldn't be healed. This made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. What do you know? Hurry up and say it. Shaoqing said unhappily. This guy was always like this, always leaving people hanging and pretending to be mysterious. Gu Fei, Balon, and Chu Luqing all looked at He Tian. This? I'm afraid we'll have to take a detour. He Tian stared at the rolling demonic energy in front of him for a long time before saying this. What? Everyone waited for a long time. But this was what they got, which surprised them. This guy was really unreliable. We're really unlucky to encounter such a thing. He Tian seemed to have finally confirmed something. He felt very unlucky and shook his head repeatedly. Preposterous. Why don't you hurry up and explain? Shaoqing was a little angry. There are people of the demon Tao in Nirvana, and they want to take that step. No wonder only those demonic corpses came out. It seems that the Demon King can't walk out of the demon city. He Tian's words shocked everyone. Then what about the Devil Emperor you saw? Gu Fei asked. This guy had seen a Devil Emperor when the Devil Corpse appeared. He Tian pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps what I saw was a phantom. Or perhaps it was a strand of the great demon's demonic will. Nirvana of the demonic Tao. Is that a demon emperor who has reached the great accomplishment? Chu Luqing said in shock. A great accomplishment. Demon emperor was very scary. He was only weaker than Emperor Xian and God Emperor. If that fellow in the city succeeds in his nirvana, a demon emperor will be born in this world. He Tian put away his frivolous expression and said solemnly. The immortal Tao and God Tao also had the saying of nirvana to become almighty. It was simply too difficult for a mortal emperor and Shan King to take another step forward and become almighty. Some people came up with ways to seek life through death, using this extreme method to force themselves so that they could stimulate the limits of their potential. Legend had it that someone had used this method to succeed in nirvana and become an almighty. We have an almighty holy weapon. Why don't we eliminate this demon emperor before he succeeds in his nirvana? Shaoqing said. He was eager to give it a try. Forget it. Although this guy hasn't succeeded in his nirvana, if he fights with his life on the line, I'm afraid we won't be able to win even if we have almighty holy weapons. He Tian didn't agree with Shaoqing's suggestion. Everyone, I think we shouldn't complicate the issue. Don't forget our purpose of entering the burial moonland. Chu Luqing also said. Gu Fei also nodded. The moon deity's palace was their primary goal. After exploring the palace of the moon deity's palace, they would deal with this demon emperor who was undergoing nirvana. Therefore, they took a detour from the demon city and continued deeper into the burial moonland. Along the way, Gu Fei and the others were shocked to find that apart from the demon emperor who was undergoing nirvana, they also found many cities. These cities all had one thing in common, which was that they were very old and dilapidated. The deeper they went, the older the cities became. Some cities even had only a few traces left. The bricks and tiles had completely decayed and turned into ashes. I got it. After seeing an ancient city built with black god stones again, He Tian suddenly slapped his head and came to a sudden realization. Everyone was shocked by He Tian. What do you know? Hurry up and say it. Shaoqing said impatiently. Gu Fei and the others also wanted to know what He Tian had thought of to make him so surprised. It seemed that it was not a trivial matter. These fellows are using the chaotic law of the burial moonland to deceive everyone and make a breakthrough. This is really a good method. He Tian sighed. There is absolutely no heavenly tribulation here, and you will not be disturbed by the power of heaven and earth, He Tian said immediately. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. These people who chose to undergo nirvana in the burial moonland were really crazy. In order to break through their limits, they actually risked entering the burial moonland to undergo nirvana. The burial moonland was a world of its own. The power of heaven and earth here was almost non-existent, and there was only the power of heaven and earth that was extremely chaotic. It could be said that cultivating in the burial moonland would not cause heavenly tribulation, and the power of heaven and earth from the outside world would not be disturbed. This had already reduced the risk of breaking through to the lowest level. In the outside world, every time a cultivator broke through a small realm, the heavenly tribulation would descend. This was definitely not a small disaster for cultivators. The unlucky ones would probably perish in the heavenly tribulation before they could even enjoy the joy of breaking through. In the depths of the burial moonland, Gu Fei and the others discovered more than a dozen god cities built by cultivators undergoing nirvana. Some of the god cities were already dead, and there was no longer any aura. Some of the god cities still had weak auras coming out. Clearly, some people had failed, and some were about to fail. Failing to undergo nirvana meant death. Moreover, it was a death that would result in the destruction of both body and soul. There were more than a dozen god cities of varying sizes. Some were less than a mile in radius, while others occupied 10 miles. They were definitely huge behemoths. The auras emitted by two god cities made Gu Fei and the others feel a great danger. According to He Tian, the masters of those two god cities might have a chance of succeeding in nirvana. An extreme method like nirvana rebirth wasn't something that everyone was willing to use. Those who used this method were people who could no longer find a way to break through their limits. No one wanted to undergo nirvana rebirth because this extreme method risked the destruction of both body and soul. It was not something that could be done without great perseverance. Out of 10 people undergoing nirvana rebirth, not one would succeed. But if they succeeded, it would be incredible. Even the legendary Eternal Buddha Lord used great willpower to reach nirvana and become a Buddha. The Eternal Buddha Lord reached nirvana and became a Buddha. He was stronger than other extreme Tao sages, and he even forged 3 supreme Buddha weapons. Hee, these guys are all trying to imitate the Buddhist Lord, He Tian said. Chapter 1008. The buried moonland was a place that only powerful figures could enter. There were divine cities, big or small, intact or ruined, standing tall on the cold and dark land. Each divine city was extraordinary. They could block the chaotic heaven and earth energy in the depths of the burial moonland and protect the divine city's master. It had to be said that those who dared to enter the burial moonland and construct their divine cities to undergo nirvanic rebirth were extremely terrifying. Some divine cities had already experienced countless years, but they still stood tall on the ground. The burial moonland was a dangerous land. No one was willing to enter unless they had no other choice. Otherwise, they wouldn't use such an extreme method. Even if Gu Fei's group had the mountain and river cauldron, they wouldn't be able to enter the depths of the burial moonland. The divine cities in the depths of the burial moonland were all extremely ancient. Gu Fei's group circled around the divine cities and continued deeper into the burial moonland. Skeletons began to appear on the icy ground. A skull that had lost half of its head was blown over by a gust of cold wind. The skull collided with the cold ground and made a crisp sound. Gu Fei noticed that the skull that had rolled past him had a lotus imprint on its forehead. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. The Buddhist Grand Tao passed down by the ancient Buddhist masters cultivated the mental state and tempered the Yuan spirit. The Yuan spirit resided in the Niwen Palace, which was the forehead. There was actually a lotus imprint on this skull. This was definitely the skull of a Buddhist almighty. A Buddhist almighty had actually fallen in the depths of the burial moonland? Those baldies have also been here? He Tian was also very shocked. However, this was something that happened countless years ago. That was because the skull that was rolling on the ground no longer had any divinity. It was like an ordinary mortal's skull. It was practically rotten. One had to know that the entire body of Almighty was a treasure. Even a drop of blood could kill an immortal god. Even a strand of hair could tear apart the void. Of course, the mighty figures of the Buddhist sects did not have hair. It was very difficult for a mighty figure to die. Even if they did, their corpses wouldn't rot. This Buddhist mighty figure was only left with a skull. It was obvious that this mighty figure had been dead for a very, very long time. It had been so long that even his corpse had been eroded by the merciless passage of time to the point that only half a skull was left. Be careful, Gu Fei reminded. No one knew what they would encounter up ahead. The depths of the buried moonland would definitely be filled with great dangers. Gu Fei and the others continued forward for about 10 miles. The land was desolate, without a trace of life. The terrain was very flat. Not to mention hills, there wasn't even a large rock on the ground. More and more bones were scattered on the ground. From time to time, rusty fragments of magical treasures and weapons could be seen scattered around the skeletons. However, the essence of these magical treasures and weapons had completely dissipated, turning them into useless trash. That is, Gu Fei and the others found a blood-colored Rui scepter next to one of the skeletons. This Rui scepter was refined from the fire phoenix divine jade. However, its light was dim and it no longer had any spirituality. He Tian stared at the blood-colored Rui scepter and murmured to himself, "The essence of this magical treasure has completely dissipated. How many years would it take to wear down the essence of a magical treasure refined from the fire phoenix divine jade?" Gu Fei and the others were also secretly shocked. It seemed that many people had broken into this peerless and ominous land countless years ago. Could it be that they had also taken the risk to come here to search for the lost palace of the moon deities? They continued forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. That figure stood silently on the ground with its back facing Gu Fei and the others. "No way. Everyone was instantly shocked and hurriedly went on guard. More devil corpses have appeared? The almighty holy weapons above Shaoqing, Balon, and He Tian's heads were vibrating, and 3 terrifying forces of pressure were released. However, the person opposite them who had his back facing them did not have any reaction. On the contrary, Chu Luqing was pressed to the ground by the mighty force of the 3 almighty holy weapons. It was as if 3 ancient divine mountains were pressing down on his body. Chu Luqing was extremely uncomfortable. Under the pressure of the almighty holy weapons, he almost could not breathe. The bones in his body were cracking as if they were about to break. Imperial weapons are really powerful. Chu Luqing's face was pale, and his heart was trembling. The person standing in front with his back facing everyone was very tall. Although he was standing there quietly, he was like a towering mountain standing on the ground, giving people a strong sense of oppression. There were no signs of life, no signs of vitality, like a dead body. This was the most direct feeling that Gu Fei and the others had towards this person. This person was not a living person and was probably in existence like the terrifying demon corpse they had encountered before. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook. This time, Gu Fei directly activated the mountain and river cauldron, and a chaotic divine light rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron, shooting towards the person in front of him. Swoosh. The chaotic divine light pierced through the person's body, and then, the person suddenly turned into a cloud of dust, dissipating in the void. Clang. A long sword fell out. It was an ancient long sword, but this ancient sword was the same as the magic treasures and almighty holy weapons that Gu Fei and the others had seen before. It had completely lost its essence and became a piece of scrap metal. Seeing this scene, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this person had died a long time ago, and his physical body had completely decayed. After being attacked by Gu Fei, his physical body turned into dust. Huh. Little Qing suddenly cried out in alarm. Then, she walked forward and picked up the ancient sword that had already lost all of its spiritual essence. She saw that on the hilt of the ancient sword, there were actually several ancient characters. Lian Songxiao? He Tian recognized the ancient words, and then he read them out. What? Hearing this, Chu Luqing immediately jumped up from the ground. At this time, Shaoqing and the others had already put away their almighty holy weapons. That was an invincible Emperor Xian from the heaven realm 50,000 years ago, Chu Luqing said with extreme shock. This was the Emperor's sword of the invincible Emperor Xian Lian Songxiao. The Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago? Hearing this, Gu Fei and the others were also shocked. They did not expect that an Emperor Xian had actually fallen here, and his physical body had completely decayed and turned into dust. Legend has it that Lian Songxiao had been unrivaled in the heaven realm for tens of thousands of years, and no one was his opponent. He had once killed his way in and out of the 100,000 demon mountains and shocked the entire heaven realm, Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. Chapter 1009. The Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago. What kind of concept was that? Everyone was shocked. The invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago had actually fallen here. Even the Emperor Xian's Emperor's sword had been mercilessly worn down by time into a piece of scrap iron. This is a peerless Emperor's sword that can be refined using purple gold meteoric iron. Chu Luqing stared at the ancient sword in Shaoqing's hand and felt extremely regretful. The Emperor Xian and the God Emperor of the heaven realm were the almighty beings of the mortal world. It was just a different way of saying it. The heaven realm was not as strong as one would imagine. There were 5 Emperor Xian and 4 God Emperors. These were the 9 famous almighty beings of the human clan. In the 100,000 Devil Mountains, there were 3 demon emperors. However, the great demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains were trapped by the human clan's Emperor Xian and the God Emperor, as well as the demon clan's great demons. They could not easily come out. However, in the past 5,000 years, the demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains had become restless again. From time to time, they would send out demon soldiers to disturb the 4 directions, causing turmoil in the heaven realm. Gu Fei, and the others understood the general situation of the heaven realm from Chu Luqing. Although Chu Luqing had been holed up in Luoyue City for 300 years, he had a strong force behind him. He knew the general situation of the world like the back of his hand. If you want it, I'll give it to you. When Shaoqing saw Chu Luqing's regretful expression, he directly stuffed the emperor's sword in his hand into Chu Luqing's hand. Chu Luqing took the emperor's sword. He did not know whether to keep it or throw it away. For a moment, he did not know what to do. This emperor's sword was the imperial weapon of the invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago. It was refined using purple gold meteoric iron. This emperor's sword was a very famous imperial weapon 50,000 years ago. But now, this imperial weapon had become a piece of scrap iron. The essence contained in the emperor's sword had been completely lost. Even if it was thrown on the street, no one would want it. Sigh. After all, it is an imperial weapon. Maybe it can be revived in the future. Chu Luqing's expression changed several times, but he still put the ancient sword away. He Tian saw that Chu Luqing had really put away the ancient sword, so he couldn't help but mock Chu Luqing again. TCH, revive my ass. Even if it's just a piece of scrap metal, it's the first time I've seen such a stupid person. Humph. Chu Luqing snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Gu Fei and the others continued onwards. Buildings began to appear in front of them. Ancient buildings stood tall on the ground, and not a single one of them was intact. Are we close to the moon deity's palace? Seeing the old and dilapidated houses and palaces, Chu Luqing suddenly became a little excited. Gu Fei and the others quickly moved forward. When they approached the buildings, Gu Fei and the others were very shocked, because these buildings were not the god cities they had seen before. There was no strong aura, not even any fluctuations. This was a dead building with no existence of life. It seemed that a terrible war had taken place here. On the cold ground, there were potholes, and traces of swords, spears, and axes could be seen everywhere. Broken magic weapons and magic weapons were scattered on the ground. Skeletons were scattered on the ground. Clothes had decayed into mud, and only skeletons were left. Moreover, these skeletons had also decayed. What the hell happened here? Everyone was shocked. Without the mountain and river cauldron, they would never have been able to come here. The power of heaven and earth here was extremely chaotic. Even a powerful person would be in danger if he came here. The ancient ruins were full of vicissitudes and an ancient aura. As they walked into the ruins, they kept stepping on the skeletons under their feet, which made people's hearts palpitate. Such a sound was especially obvious in the silent void. Who is it? Erebus suddenly let out a loud roar, and then slammed his palm against a broken wall beside him. Bam! He Tian's palm blasted the broken wall into ashes. A faint and illusory figure flashed and disappeared in the dust. It was extremely fast. What was that? Everyone was shocked. Even Gu Fei was shocked. This was the depths of the buried moonland. A person who could come here was probably more terrifying than a powerful person. It's not a human. Gu Fei's face was very ugly. The buried moonland was definitely an ominous place. The figure that flashed and disappeared just now was not a living person. This was because there was no aura of life on the figure. It seemed to be just an illusion. The figure was so fast that even Gu Fei couldn't see it clearly. But he was sure that it was definitely not a human cultivator. How strange, He Tian said. The buried moonland was very strange. There seemed to be something unknown wandering around, causing a knowledgeable fellow like He Tian to feel a chill in his heart. Stinky worm Chu. Don't talk about 300 years, even if you were to guard it for thousands of years. I'm afraid it would be hopeless. Fortunately, you're lucky to have met us. He Tian didn't forget to insult Chu Luqing again. It was unknown what Chu Luqing's ancestor did to make He Tian unable to forget him. After meeting Chu Luqing, his eyes almost turned red and he even started a fight. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, these two fellows would probably fight to the death. Chu Luqing still didn't say a word. The situation was stronger than him. He was now at an absolute disadvantage. His life and death were in the hands of others. How could he dare to be dissatisfied? Seeing that Chu Luqing didn't say a word and only talked to himself, He Tian also stopped mocking Chu Luqing. He was talking to himself, feeling very unhappy. This area seemed to have been a town, but it had been completely destroyed. The corrosion of countless years had left only a pile of broken walls and broken tiles. That mysterious figure didn't appear again, but everyone felt a trace of uneasiness. The unknown danger made everyone feel a strong pressure, and they had no choice but to be cautious. After passing through the ruins, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. They saw a dark mass of palaces in front of them, and they couldn't see the end of it at a glance. And what made everyone excited was that it wasn't ruins, but intact palaces. They weren't damaged, and they stood tall in the dusky sky. That is, everyone's eyes widened. In the buried moonland, what kind of buildings could be preserved? Even the divine cities of Nirvana experts would have times when they were destroyed. However, the palaces in front of them were perfectly preserved. Is it really the palace of the moon deities? Gu Fei was also shocked. It was already a miracle that the palaces could be preserved in the depths of the buried moonland. Perhaps only the sacred palaces of the extreme Tao saints could withstand the erosion of countless years and survive until today. Chapter 10:10. A palace appeared on the ground in front of them. The surroundings were silent, without a single sound. Everyone felt their breathing quicken. The palace of the moon deities? The palace of the extreme path saintess on the moon deities was enough to make even supreme beings go crazy, not to mention Gu Fei and the others. Chu Luqing was already stunned. The dark palaces were like hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains pressing down on their hearts, almost making it hard for them to breathe. The ancient palaces seemed to be built with ordinary stones, but they had been preserved to this day. It wasn't an immortal material, but it had an immortal divinity. The palace itself was already a miracle, and it was definitely blessed by the immortal divine runes. Otherwise, it couldn't have existed for so long. Unless it was an immortal material or an immortal medicine, nothing could withstand the merciless corrosion of time. Even rare divine metals would lose their essence and turn into useless scrap metal. There were dilapidated buildings all around the palace. Some had been turned into mounds of earth, while others were left with only rubble. This was a sacred palace surrounded by ruins. Only the houses and palaces had decayed, and only the palace in the center was intact. Gu Fei and the others recovered from their shock and walked towards the palace. The mountain and river cauldron floated above their heads, emitting a mighty force that could suppress the heavens and earth. The chaotic power of heaven and earth was suppressed, and there was no danger within 100 feet of them. Spatial cracks would appear from time to time. This was the extremely chaotic power of heaven and earth that tore through the void. This kind of power that could tear through the void was very frightening, and it could easily kill immortals and spirits. All tangible and intangible things would be obliterated, unable to exist. The dangers in the depths of the buried moonland were absolutely unpredictable. The laws of heaven and earth were almost non-existent, and this was a chaotic land of danger. Cultivating in such a place could ignore the restrictions of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why many great figures chose to take the risk and enter the buried moonland to undergo nirvana. Just as they were getting closer to the palace in front of them, something seemed to be moving around in the darkness. It was silent, but everyone could feel a dangerous aura. Is it the evil thing from before? Xiaoqing was a little nervous. A golden divine pagoda rushed out from the top of his head. The evil creature they encountered just now was too strange. I don't know. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that there would definitely be danger if he approached the palace in front of him. However, since he was already here, he wouldn't be satisfied if he did not explore the palace in front of him. Everyone continued forward, but they were all on high alert. Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balan all used their saint weapons to protect themselves. Only Chu Luqing took out an Emperor Divine weapon to protect himself. It was a white jade bottle that was refined from sheep fat divine jade. There seemed to be sweet dew within it, and a strand of fragrance wafted out from the opening of the bottle, causing one's mind to become clear. This thing. When Heitian saw the jade bottle floating above Chu Luqing's head, his eyes immediately lit up, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. What? Do you know the origin of this Emperor Divine weapon? Xiaoqing asked. This Tian had never been willing to let others know the depth of his strength. Very similar, but definitely not. Tian murmured to himself. He seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't say it out loud. After that, he didn't say anything else. Chu Luqing was very surprised that Tian could actually recognize his Emperor Divine weapon. He said, "This is a treasure I accidentally obtained from an ancient site of Buddhism." Buddhism. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. The aura emitted from the jade bottle was indeed peaceful, without any sharpness. It was very similar to the power of Buddhism. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but glance at the jade bottle. Damn, there really is something. Tian suddenly shouted. He seemed to have seen something. Everyone was immediately startled. They were surrounded by ruins, and the world was silent. They couldn't hear any movement, and there was no sign of life. What did you see? Gu Fei, who was walking in front, stopped. They were surrounded by ruins, not an endless plain. Even if there was something hiding nearby, it would be very difficult to detect it. A figure. Tian's expression was very solemn. Between the broken walls, he saw a blurry figure flash and disappear. This time, he wasn't mistaken. Impossible, Xiaoqing said. If there was someone, with their strength, how could they not notice anything suspicious? Moreover, there were no signs of human activity in the surrounding area. That's not a human. Balan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. It's something like a ghost, Tian said in a deep voice. Although he took a quick glance, his yin-yang godly eyes could see through the source. Just when everyone was in a state of shock, a faint and illusory figure silently walked out from the palace in front of them. There was no aura. If it wasn't for the fact that they could see it with their naked eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense the existence of this figure at all. Is it a ghost? Xiaoqing was shocked. Could it be that there were ghost cultivators in the heaven realm? It's not a ghost, Gu Fei said. He stared at the figure walking towards them. However, when it was a few hundred zhang away from them, Gu Fei only felt his vision blur, and the figure actually disappeared. It suddenly disappeared without any warning. It was like a mass of air, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Chu Liuqing's eyes were protruding out. He was even more shocked than if he had seen a ghost. It was as if he had seen the most incredible and terrifying thing in the world. I didn't expect the legend to be true. We can't go forward, Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. He came from a big family in the heaven realm, so he knew many secrets of the heaven realm. What's going on? We've come all the way here. Are we going to retreat? Tian said very unhappily. The palace in front of them was probably the legendary palace of the moon deities. He was afraid that no one would retreat. Everyone looked at Chu Luqing. Everyone took a big risk to enter here in order to find the palace of the moon deities. Since the palace in front of them was probably the palace of the moon deities, no one would be satisfied if they didn't go in and explore. Didn't you see that the figure just now was the figure of a woman? Chu Luqing said with a pale face. He seemed to be very afraid. The figure of a woman? At this time, Chu Luqing was on guard. So how could Tian still slap him? Behave yourselves. Gu Fei had no choice but to speak out. These two guys were too much, especially that Tian. Even at this time, he still did not forget to teach Chu Luqing a lesson. Could it be that this guy, Tian, was really a character from the ancient times? Did he have a great enmity with Chu Liuqing's ancestors? Gu Fei was too lazy to care about these things. Now, he just wanted to know what the hell was that woman's figure, which could actually make Chu Luqing's soul fly away and scatter. Hurry up and tell me clearly. Gu Fei had run out of patience. No matter how he looked at the palace in front of him, it seemed like there was a great danger, and he was not willing to take risks. Tell me clearly what? Chu Luqing was scared by Gu Fei's stare. What do you want me to tell you clearly? Gu Fei stared at Chu Luqing and said, Is this guy playing dumb with me? Gu Fei secretly thought, You mean that woman's figure. She is a legendary existence. Chu Luqing recalled the scene just now, and his face suddenly became pale. Legendary existence? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Wasn't it just an afterimage? Perhaps it was a remnant image from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Could it be a threat? This is an evil spirit formed by the undying resentment of a fallen supreme saint. Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. What? Everyone in Gu Fei's group was shocked. Chu Luqing's words were too frightening. An evil spirit formed by the resentment of a fallen supreme saint? How is this possible? Gu Fei and the others were stunned. Although supreme saints had disappeared for countless years, a supreme saint had actually fallen? Was this even possible? Supreme saints were the most powerful existences in the world. They could shake the world and were invincible in the heavens and the earth. How could such a person fall? It was really unbelievable. At this time, He Tian, who always disliked Chu Luqing, was silent and did not say anything. Gu Fei saw He Tian like this, and he could not help but feel a little uneasy. Could it be that even an invincible supreme saint could fall? Who could make a supreme saint fall? Gu Fei did not dare to imagine it. If such an existence really existed, it would subvert all the knowledge of the cultivation world. No, there was absolutely no such existence in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Gu Fei shook his head and then said, "Should we still go in? I'm afraid there are really unpredictable dangers in the palace of the moon deities. If we go in, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger." The evil spirit formed by the evil spirit of a supreme saint was not to be underestimated. Even though Gu Fei had the supreme saint weapon, he could not help but feel a little scared. It should be known that supreme saints were called immortal, and they were so powerful that they could shake the heavens. Although it was a resentment, it was still an unimaginable existence. The evil spirit seemed to be unable to walk out of the palace in front of them. That is, suddenly, Shaoqing pointed at the entrance of the palace in front of them and said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked in the direction little Qing was pointing, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a blurry figure standing silently in the shadow of the open city gate. The figure was slender and graceful, but it was the figure of a woman. When everyone looked over, the mysterious figure once again disappeared in front of everyone. No one saw how the mysterious figure disappeared, as if it had directly integrated into the world and disappeared without a trace. Everyone could not help but look at each other. They all felt a chill from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads, and they could not help but shiver. Chu Luqing was so scared that he directly fell to the ground. He pointed at the city gate with trembling hands and could not speak. There really is such an evil spirit. He Tian's face also became very ugly. There was an unknown and terrible existence in the city peeping at them. At this time, even He Tian was a little hesitant. Chapter 10:12. Everyone was hesitating. Without the mountain river cauldron, no one would be able to enter the depths of the buried moonland. Everyone was waiting for Gu Fei to express his opinion. No one had the confidence to enter the palace ahead. Even Shaoqing and the others with their holy weapons couldn't do it, because there was a terrifying evil spirit waiting for them inside. It was formed from the undying resentment of a fallen sage. Just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. It was the resentment of a sage. Fortunately, Gu Fei had an extreme path holy weapon. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the evil spirit's hands by the time they got close to the palace. That evil spirit could roam around the palace. The surroundings were filled with dilapidated houses and city towers that had been weathered into mounds. Such ruins were very suitable for hiding. There were many skeletons among the ruins. It was clear that Gu Fei and the others were not the only ones who could reach this place. Over the countless years, many people must have entered the buried moonland. Even an invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago died nearby. What kind of existence was the invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago? He was invincible in the immortal world and could kill his way in and out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Such a person definitely had the opportunity to break through to the extreme path. He was probably close to proving his Tao, but he died here. There was no need to talk about the others. To enter or not to enter, even Gu Fei was in a dilemma. "Boss, how can we return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain?" He Tian said. Although he knew that there was an evil spirit waiting for them in the palace ahead, he still wanted to enter. Big brother, I think we should retreat. Shaoqing, however, had a different opinion. After all, there was an evil spirit formed from the resentment of a sage in the palace ahead. This was not an ordinary evil spirit. It could be said to be the most terrifying and evil existence in the world. No one could remain calm when they encountered such a thing. They had a lot of cultivation resources. If they wanted spiritual medicine, they had spiritual medicine. If they wanted cultivation techniques, they had cultivation techniques. If they wanted weapons and treasures, they had weapons and treasures. Why should they take this risk? Yes, 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 let's hurry up and leave. Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice and a pale face. Among all the people here, he was the most afraid. In his opinion, the evil spirits formed by the immortal resentment of the fallen sages were simply invincible. It was no wonder that no one had inherited the moon deities throughout the years. With evil spirits blocking the way, it seemed that no one had ever succeeded. Would they be the exception? No one dared to say that. The palace in front of them was too evil. To be honest, no one dared to enter it carelessly. The gate of the opposite tower was wide open. Looking in from the outside, all one could see was darkness. Even with He Tian's yin-yang god eye, it was difficult to see clearly. The palace in front of them had divine immortal runes laid down by a supreme Tao saint, which could block all probing. Unless a supreme Tao saint came, no one would be able to know what was going on inside. Just as everyone was hesitating, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the nearby sky. What happened? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. How could there be other people in the depths of the buried moonland? However, a powerful energy fluctuation tore through the void. Without saying anything, Gu Fei and the others immediately hid themselves in the shadows of the ruins. Although the mountain river cauldron was still floating above Gu Fei's head, the aura of a supreme Tao Saint tool had been withdrawn. Swoosh! In the distant sky, a black light suddenly shot out, almost splitting the sky and earth in half. The void shattered, and a terrifying aura surged out from the spatial crack. Then, a pitch-black door appeared high in the sky. It was a void domain gate. Behind the gate, there was a monstrous demonic aura, and one could faintly hear demonic howls coming from behind the domain gate. There are actually demons crossing the domain? Everyone who was hiding in the ruins was very surprised to see this scene. To be able to open a void domain gate and cross the domain to come here, this was at least the means of the demons. It wasn't difficult to open a void domain gate. Grand Completion Immortal Emperors and Shin King could do it, but to stabilize a domain gate and make it exist for a long time, it would require a great amount of magic power and divine ability. High in the sky, the void domain gate was connected to a devil domain. The vast and mighty demonic aura that caused the heaven and earth to lose its color was terrifying, as if it wanted to demonize all things in the heaven and earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One terrifying demonic shadow after another appeared behind the void domain gate. Each of these demonic shadows exuded a terrifying demonic aura. They were like demonic mountains standing behind the void domain gate, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Is this the palace of the moon deities? An old voice came from the demon gate, reverberating in the chaotic heaven and earth, spreading far and wide, breaking the peace of this part of the heaven and earth. A tall demonic figure walked out from the demonic gate high up in the sky, and an extremely powerful aura immediately spread between the heavens and the earth. This was a terrifying great demon, perhaps even more terrifying than a Grand Completion Immortal Emperor. Gu Fei and the others didn't dare to make any moves. They hid in the dark and watched this scene quietly. The people of the demons really knew about the existence of the palace of the moon deities. The great demon didn't use any devil weapon to protect himself. He just stood in the chaotic heaven and earth. The chaotic heaven and earth energy that could tear the void apart actually couldn't get close to him. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This was also good. It was not a bad idea to let these demons explore the way first. In the palace hall ahead, there could be a terrifying evil spirit lurking. However, these demons didn't seem to know about the existence of the evil spirit. 5 terrifying great demons walked out of the void domain gate, one after another. The vast demonic aura emitted from these 5 great demons almost collapsed the void. Even Gu Fei's heart trembled as he felt danger. Each of these 5 great demons was extremely powerful. They were definitely supremacies. When these 5 great demons walked together, perhaps even Emperor Xian's expression would change. After Great Demon Wu Zun came out, the void domain gate was silent for a while. Then, many experts of the demons walked out. In the end, behind Great Demon Wu Zun, there were actually thousands of experts of the demons standing densely. Demonic aura spread between the heaven and earth. Every expert of the demons was shrouded in a demonic light, which could resist the chaotic heaven and earth energy in the depths of the buried moon land. Obviously, these experts of the demons came prepared. No demons came out of the void domain gate. The leader of the 5 great demons was an incomparably powerful demon. He was tall and had fluffy hair. His body was surrounded by 9 demonic lights. An extremely fierce demonic aura spread out from this great demon's body. This kind of strength was enough to challenge a great sect of the human race in the heavenly realm. The leader of the great demon should be a demon emperor who could compete with Emperor Xian and the God Emperor. What's his background? Shaoqing asked Chu Luqing in a low voice. The mountain and river cauldron isolated the heaven and earth. No one could sense their existence, but Shaoqing was still very careful. I don't know, Chu Luqing said. This was the truth. How could he know such a great character? Even if Chu Luqing had a great clan behind him, especially the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. He didn't come out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains for thousands of years. Those who knew the demon emperor were probably some old antiques or living fossils. Look, they are going to take action, He Tian suddenly said. Sure enough, a group of demons walked out from behind the 5 great demons and flew towards the ancient palace in front of them. This group of demons had a cultivation base of Demon King level. There were a total of 20 Demon Kings in this group. The demon leader was a demon emperor of the celestial being realm. Gu Fei and the others hid in the dark and watched this scene nervously. They saw the group of demons fly in front of the palace and stop. Then, they descended from the sky. Each demon took out a demonic weapon that they had refined and used it to protect themselves. Then, under the leadership of the demon emperor, they carefully walked into the city. These devil clan were also probing. The group of devil cultivator that was sent out was actually a group of cannon fodder. They were sent out to probe the truth of the palace. They went in. They actually went in, He Tian murmured. Chu Liuqing's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked. Wasn't there evil spirits in the city formed by the resentment of the fallen sages? What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that their judgment was wrong? Was the figure of the woman who walked out of the city really an afterimage from countless years ago? The demonic dweller successfully passed through the city gate and entered the palace. Look, if we had listened to me, we would be the ones inside now, He Tian said excitedly. That was the legendary palace of the moon deities. Every brick and tile was a great treasure, but now the demons had beaten them to it. Gu Fei did not speak. His face was calm as he stared coldly at the palace in front of him. That was a holy city, the palace of the extreme path saintess. The holy city of the extreme path saintess would not be that simple. Sure enough, just when everyone thought that the demons had succeeded in getting to the palace first, a shrill scream suddenly pierced through the sky and came from the city. The demons in the sky immediately caused a commotion. Then, screams continued to be heard, as if something was slaughtering the demons that entered the city. The screams of horror and the blood-curdling screams quickly approached the city gate. Swoosh! A figure covered in blood rushed out of the city gate. Everyone was shocked. It was a badly mutilated person. Half of his body was broken and demon blood was flowing. His pale face was full of horror. This person was the Demon King who led the team. Swoosh! In the darkness inside the city gate, a blurry figure rushed out like a gust of wind and pounced on the Demon King. Chapter 10:13. The result in front of everyone terrified. A team of demons who entered the legendary lost palace of moon deities was slaughtered just like that. Even the leader of the demon emperor was possessed by a blurry shadow. His entire body's essence was devoured in an instant, and he became a dried corpse. The dried corpse lay on the ground with its eyes sunken in and its mouth wide open. It was horrified as if it had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. A moment ago, it was a living demon emperor, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a horrifying and ugly dried corpse. It was shocking and terrifying. Gu Fei and the others who were hiding in the ruins also sucked in a breath of cold air. He Tian also shut his mouth and no longer said anything. The sage's resentment transformed into a terrifying evil spirit was really terrifying. It actually sucked a demon emperor dry in the blink of an eye. One must know that that was a great demon in the celestial being realm. Such a great demon had a place even in the 100,000 demon mountains and was the target of all parties. The group of demons in the sky could not help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Only the demon emperor and the 4 half-step emperors who had surpassed the celestial being realm remained unchanged. The true experts were these 5 great demons. In front of the lost palace of moon deities, even a demon emperor in the celestial being realm was not enough. The dried corpse that fell in front of the city gate exuded traces of black gas from its 7 orifices. Then, a slender figure appeared above the dried corpse. It was the figure of a woman that was almost invisible. It could be seen, but it had no physical body. It was like a mass of air and did not emit any fluctuations. Roar! The demon emperor roared at the sky. The whole world seemed to be overturned. Everyone was trembling with fear. The demon emperor's roar shook the world. The power of the demon emperor was really terrifying. Bang! The demon emperor directly blasted a punch forward. The entire void collapsed under his fist and then shattered, forming a terrifying destructive force that surged towards the phantom in front of the city gate. The phantom disappeared under the demon emperor's fist. Boom! The earth trembled. The demon emperor's punch blasted a bottomless hole into the ground in front of the city gate. However, the destructive force spread out in all directions, and the palace was not affected at all. An unfathomable power dissolved the demon emperor's fist force in the void. The palace of moon deities is indeed extraordinary. The demon emperor's eyes shot out 2 blood-colored demonic lights as he swept his gaze forward. His entire body surged with demonic chi. Just like that, he stood high up in the sky without using any imperial weapons. The chaotic power of heaven and earth around him could not get close to him and was completely repelled. This was the demon emperor, the emperor of the demonic path. The demon emperor glanced at a half-emperor next to him. That half-emperor walked out, followed by more than a dozen demons. They wanted to test the waters again. The demons were very careful. In front of them was the palace of moon deities, the holy city of the supreme saintess. No one dared to take it lightly, unless the supreme saintess was here. This time, the leader was a half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm. He was different from the demon emperor who had been sucked dry by the evil spirit. A half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm was no match for a half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm. In front of the city gate, the half-emperor opened his mouth and spat out a demonic cauldron. The demonic cauldron floated above the half-emperor's head. Rays of demonic light fell and protected him. The other demons looked solemn. They each took out their demonic treasures to protect themselves, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In front of the city gate, demonic chi suddenly soared into the sky. It was as if a group of terrifying demons from hell had gathered together. The demonic power was vast and mighty, and the fierce killing intent made the world pale. The result will be the same. He Tian sneered. He was not optimistic about this group of demons. In the city, there was an evil spirit formed by the undying resentment of a fallen saint. It was the evilest existence in the world. Sure enough, after the half-emperor and his team entered the holy city, they were attacked again. Shrill screams once again pierced through the silent and dark world. Terrifying demonic power erupted in the city. Rays of demonic light rushed out of the city. The half-emperor roared again and again. He attacked with all his strength. He seemed to have encountered a powerful opponent. No one could see what was happening in the city. There was an unfathomable power that isolated everything. Finally, a demonic cauldron with black demonic light rushed out of the city. However, a slender hand suddenly appeared in the sky above the holy city and slammed down. Boom! There was a loud noise. The entire world shook violently. The sky was about to collapse. The demonic cauldron that emitted boundless demonic power was actually smashed by the hand. It was an incomparably shocking scene. A gigantic hand had smashed a sovereign weapon into pieces. The destructive power from the explosion of the sovereign weapon was enough to turn an entire region into nothingness. However, this power, which was so powerful that even great figures had to retreat, was also suppressed by the gigantic hand, and then completely destroyed. The moment the demonic cauldron was smashed by the large hand, a scream came from the city. Then, the city became completely silent. There was no more sound. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the demons in the sky were silent. Even the demon emperor was silent. No one could accept this result. The death of a demon emperor and a half-emperor was a great loss to the demon emperor, especially the death of a half-emperor. Dizun. The other 3 half-emperors standing behind the demon emperor were speechless for a long time. The half-emperor just now was almost as strong as them. Even that unlucky guy had fallen, let alone them. The demon emperor's expression changed. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat into the void domain gate with the group of demons and return to the demonic territory behind the demon gate. However, everyone knew that although the demon emperor had returned in failure, he would still return. When he returned, no one knew what the demon emperor would do. After the demon emperor retreated, the demonic aura in the world was immediately obliterated by the chaotic heaven and earth energy. Then, it completely disappeared from the void. Gu Fei and the others waited for the demon emperor to retreat. When the void domain gate disappeared high up in the sky, they walked out from the darkness of the ruins. The mountain and river cauldron floated above their heads, sealing the void and protecting them. Strange, this is too strange. He Tian stared at the pitch-black city gate in front of him and muttered to himself. This time, he didn't dare to mention entering the holy city anymore. According to the situation, this was simply a terrifying demon city. Anyone who entered would die. Even the powerful demon emperor retreated unwillingly. Chapter 10:14. The legendary holy city stood in front of them. It was the legendary holy city of the moon deities, but at this moment, it was simply a ferocious city that could devour all life. The holy city had turned into a vicious city. What kind of great change had happened in the past that caused the death of a supreme saint? Among the 2 teams of demons, there was a demon emperor in the celestial being realm and a great demon who had surpassed the celestial being realm and had become a half-emperor. Even the demon emperor had no choice but to retreat. Should they enter such a ferocious city or not? Gu Fei and the others hesitated. Even with the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei felt that he was not so confident. Even Gu Fei felt that such a ferocious city was dangerous. Boss, you decide. After a while, Erebus said this. He no longer insisted on entering the city. He had learned his lesson from the mistakes of his predecessors. 2 teams of demons had died in the city, including a half-emperor. He was a peerless figure who had surpassed the celestial being realm and could kill him thousands of times with a finger. Even someone like Erebus felt a chill in his heart. Shaoqing and Balon did not say anything. Chu Luqing was even more speechless. However, everyone looked at Gu Fei and waited for him to say something. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Let's go in and have a look. If there is something wrong, we will immediately retreat. I have the mountain river cauldron. I don't believe that we will be trapped in there. Gu Fei thought for a long time and finally decided to take the risk to go in and have a look. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to go in and have a look. This was the holy city of the Supreme Sage. It was hard to guarantee that there was no inheritance of the Supreme Sage in it. The Supreme Sage weapon was a Supreme Sage weapon that all cultivators would go crazy for. The Sage weapon of the Supreme Sage was likely to be in the holy city in front of them. According to He Tian, only in the place where the Supreme Sage died would the resentment of the Supreme Sage be preserved on the corpse of the supreme sage. The appearance of the extreme fiendish spirit meant that the body of the supreme saint was probably in the city. When He Tian heard Gu Fei say that he wanted to go in, he was shocked and afraid. There was definitely an unfathomable danger in the city. Extreme Tao evil spirit was hiding inside. Even the demon emperor didn't dare to enter. Shaoqing and Balon didn't say anything, but Chu Luqing was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Going in at this time. Were these people crazy? Big brothers, can you please reconsider? Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. He was extremely unwilling to enter that ominous city. I don't think you have the right to speak. He Tian imitated Chu Luqing's tone and said, You. Chu Luqing was furious. In his heart, he cursed all 18 generations of He Tian's ancestors, but he didn't say anything. The situation was beyond his control. In the world of cultivation, it was impossible for the weak to talk to the strong, let alone be on equal footing with the strong. Chu Luqing's life was in their hands, so he really had no right to speak. Gu Fei ignored them and directly walked toward the strange and terrifying city in front of him. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron suspended above Gu Fei's head was gently vibrating. On the body of the cauldron, there was a chaotic primordial chi flowing, as if it was evolving. This was a supreme sacred instrument refined by a supreme sage. With this sacred instrument, everyone gradually calmed down. Self-preservation should not be a problem. Gu Fei was not someone who would go even if he knew it was a suicide mission. The reason why he wanted to explore the palace of the moon deities was that he wanted to know what had slaughtered 2 teams of demons, and even a half-emperor could not escape. Everyone followed behind Gu Fei and stepped into the city gate step by step. The moment they passed through the gate, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had entered a different world. There were rows of pavilions in front of them, decorated with waterfalls and springs, and all kinds of spiritual herbs grew beside the springs, exuding bursts of refreshing medicinal fragrance. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, as if they had entered a fairyland. From the outside, the city did not look so large. The inside of the city was a different world. The space and the scale of the buildings in the city were more than 10 times larger than what they saw outside. However, there were no other living things in the vicinity except for the spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. Towering trees withered, and only a trunk was left. The lakes had dried up, and only some springs were still gushing water, converging into waterfalls, falling from the mountains and making the sound of water. On the road in front, there was dark demon blood, but there were no demon corpses. How could this be? Where are the corpses of the demons? He Tian's expression changed. Could it be that other than the evil spirit, there was an unimaginably terrifying existence here? He Tian immediately took out his almighty sacred weapon, and a ball of starlight rose from the top of his head. Shaoqing and Balon immediately took out their almighty sacred weapons. A 9-story golden pagoda was held in Shaoqing's hand, and in each story of the pagoda, there was a ball of divine light faintly visible. Balon's almighty sacred weapon was a sun divine pearl. He fused with the sun divine pearl, and a layer of sun divine fire appeared on his body, like a god walking out of the sun. Chu Luqing also took out his mutton fat jade bottle. Everyone looked around nervously, keeping their guard up. 2 groups of demons had died here, so how could the corpses disappear? This was simply too strange. The corpses of the demons would never disappear into thin air. Gu Fei walked forward step by step, and a purple divine light faintly appeared between his eyebrows, as if a divine eye that was closed could open at any time. A powerful spirit sense emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and then spread in all directions. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that his spirit sense could only sense the void within a few dozen feet of him. His spirit sense was suppressed. The place of a supreme saint was indeed extraordinary. Needless to say, a supreme saint had definitely set up an immortal Tao pattern here. Otherwise, this palace would have long disappeared over the years and turned into a pile of dust. Everything in the city had been carefully arranged, so it was different from other divine cities. This was a city where mountains, rivers, and buildings were perfectly integrated. Gu Fei had never seen such a city before. There were courtyards on both sides of the road, and all the flowers and trees had withered. Only around some sacred springs that had not dried up, green plants could be seen. On the road, pitch-black demon blood could be seen everywhere, and there were even some minced meat. However, there were no corpses. Could it be that the corpses of the demons that had fallen in the city had disappeared into thin air? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Chapter 10:15. In the holy city, there was a deathly silence. Not a single sound could be heard. However, everyone suddenly heard the sound of bones cracking and chewing that made their scalps go numb. It was as if something was tearing at something. Gu Fei stopped, and his expression became extremely solemn. His senses were much stronger than the average cultivator's. There seemed to be an unknown creature eating in a house on the left. The corpses of those demon dwellers, could they have been eaten by something? He Tian's expression turned ugly. That's right. 2 groups of demons had entered the legendary holy city, but none of them survived. However, when Gu Fei and the rest entered the holy city, they did not see any corpses. The ground was covered in black demon blood, but there were no corpses. Bam! Gu Fei directly punched out, causing the entire void to tremble along with his fist. A circular ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's fist. However, a shocking scene took place. Gu Fei's punch shook the surrounding space. The force of the punch was like an unstoppable tidal wave, but when the force collided with the roof of the house, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. How could this be? Seeing this scene, not to mention Gu Fei, even He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan were shocked. Chu Lu Qing was petrified. Bam! At this moment, the window of the house was suddenly smashed open from the inside. An item flew out from the house and landed in front of everyone with a pada sound. Everyone took a closer look and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that the thing that had fallen in front of them was actually half a bloody corpse. The blood is black. Everyone was shocked. This was the corpse of the demons. It seemed to have been chewed by some ferocious beast. The black demon blood was still flowing, and a foul smell of blood immediately spread. Roar! There was an unknown creature roaring in the house. The window was wide open, and it was pitch black inside. It was impossible to see what was going on inside, but everyone could feel a terrifying aura coming out of the window. Everyone stared at the open window and stayed alert. However, the unknown creature inside did not rush out, which surprised everyone. But soon, they understood what was going on. An ancient cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. It emitted a trace of the aura of an extreme saint. It could intimidate all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths and stabilize a part of the universe. Bam! Gu Fei directly drove the mountain river cauldron forward. The terrifying power of primordial chaos came from the mountain river cauldron and shattered the void. This time, the house shook. Ancient runes appeared around the house, and the power of the great path flowed above the runes. This was an immortal Tao pattern laid down by an extreme Tao saint. It derived the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing this holy city to achieve eternity. Even if countless years passed, it would still exist in this world. Boom! The power descending from the mountain river cauldron clashed with the power of the Tao pattern, causing the entire holy city to shake violently. This was a clash between the might of extreme Daos. Even though the might of extreme Daos was not displayed, it was still extremely frightening. Under the attack of the mountain and river cauldron, the house was not destroyed. The divine patterns of the great path were faintly discernible, intertwining, and there was a mighty aura of the great path. Even the mountain river cauldron couldn't break through the immortal Tao pattern. Roar! The unknown creature in the room was roaring. As soon as it roared, a series of bone-chilling roars came from all over the holy city. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that there would be so many unknown creatures in the holy city. From the roars, there were hundreds of unknown creatures in the city. No wonder the 2 groups of demon dwellers had fallen in the city, but there were no corpses to be seen, not even a piece of flesh. The corpses of the two groups of demon dwellers had probably already been eaten by these unknown creatures. The unknown creature inside the house roared uneasily. The mountain river cauldron's aura made this creature very uneasy. It didn't dare to rush out of the house. The mountain river cauldron could intimidate these unknown creatures. The mighty aura of the extreme Das divine artifact frightened these unknown creatures. Their roars continued to sound in all directions, and everyone's expression changed. Figures surrounded by a deathly aura began to appear in the surroundings. Damn it, what the hell are these things? Tian directly activated his yin-yang divine eyes and scanned his surroundings. In his left eye, there seemed to be a black sun falling, while in his right eye, there seemed to be a divine moon rising and falling. What do you see? What kind of evil creatures are these? Xiaoqing asked. After Tian scanned his surroundings with his yin-yang divine eyes, his expression became extremely solemn. After withdrawing his yin-yang divine eyes, he pondered for a while. I didn't expect these to be corpse devils that have been dead for countless years. Tian sighed. These were a group of ancient people who couldn't rest in peace even after they died. Corpse devils? Upon hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. These evil creatures weren't corpses that had been dead for countless years and had developed spiritual intelligence to become undead creatures, but some walking corpses without spiritual intelligence. Figures wandered in the darkness, emitting a terrifying deathly aura. The surrounding air immediately became cold, and the deathly aura was vast. Those terrible evil creatures surrounded Gu Fei and the others. How is this possible? Chu Luqing shouted. This is the palace of the moon deities. How can there be such evil creatures? Absolutely impossible. It's hard to say whether this is the palace of the moon deities. Tian was very unhappy. Although this was a holy city, and the palaces and houses had immortal Tao patterns laid by the sages, there was no sign that this was the palace of the extreme Das female saint on the moon deities. Everyone had a preconceived notion that this holy city was the palace of the moon deities. After the sages fell, the evil spirit that transformed into the undying resentment was the figure of a woman, isn't it? Chu Luqing said tit for tat. Tian sneered, and then said, in ancient times, the moon deities were not the only extreme Das female saint between heaven and earth. In the deathly aura, those evil creatures were growling in a low voice. They wanted to rush forward, but they were afraid of the ancient cauldron that was floating above everyone's head. Just as Tian and Chu Luqing were arguing, a faint, illusory, smoke-like figure that could dissipate at any time silently appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Everyone's expression changed when they saw the figure, and they gasped. This figure seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and no one could sense its presence. It was the figure of a woman, but no one could see the figure's true appearance. It was vague, fleeting, and unpredictable. This figure was the most evil existence in the world. According to legend, after the extreme Das female saint had fallen, her undying resentment turned into a terrifying evil spirit.